sila sa Boracay.
People from all over the world.
Enjoy sila sa Boracay. Paradise with a natural high. When in Boracay, you'll never say goodbye. Hanap sa saya sa Boracay. Sumayaw, pumaway, sabay-sabay. Boracay, the happiest island in the world. Raise your hands in the air. Raise your hands in the air and say Boracay, the happiest island
Boracay Rehabilitation per Executive Order Number 53 and the creation of Boracay Interagency Task Force. Boracay Action Plan. Thematic number 3. Rehabilitation and recovery of ecosystem. Wetlands. An area of land that is saturated with water, either permanently or seasonally. Types of wetlands in Boracay Island. Marsh. A type of wetland ecosystem that is often dominated by grasses, rushes, or reeds. Swamp. A wetland ecosystem characterized by mineral soils with poor drainage and by plant life dominated by trees. Pond. A pond is an area filled with water, either natural or artificial, that is smaller than a lake. Lagoon. A lagoon is a shallow body of water that may have an opening to a larger body of water, but is also protected from it by a sandbar or coral reef. Let's have a virtual tour on Boracay Wetlands. This is BIATF performance to recover what has been degraded in this ecosystem. Wetland number 1, located at Barangay Yapak, Boracay Island, Malay, Aklan, with an area of 4.8071 hectares. Type of wetland: marsh, swamp, pond. Wetland number 1 is continuously being monitored by the DENR. Wetland number 2, Boracay Wetland Conservation Park, located at Sitio Pinaungon, Barangay Balabag, Boracay Island, Malay, Aklan, with an area of 7.7869 hectares. Type of wetland: marsh, swamp. Wetland number 2 is continuously rehabilitated and developed through the joint efforts of DENR and Energy Development Corporation. Wetland number 3, located at Sitio Bulabog, Barangay Balabag, Boracay Island, Malay, Aklan, with an area of 1.2183 hectares. Type of wetland: lagoon, creek. Wetland number 3 is continuously rehabilitated through the joint efforts of DENR and San Miguel Corporation. Wetland number 4, Balabag Wetland Park, located in front of D Mall, Barangay Balabag, Boracay Island, Malay, Aklan, with an area of 0.9883 hectares. Type of wetland: lagoon, pond. Wetland number 4 is continuously rehabilitated and developed through the joint efforts of DENR and Aboitiz Equity and Ventures Incorporated and Aboitiz Foundation Incorporated. Wetland number 5, located at Sitio Mangayan, Barangay Manok-Manok, Boracay Island, Malay, Aklan, with an area of 1.1721 hectares. Wetland number 5 has been reclaimed with structures built in therein. Government rehabilitation efforts still subject of BIATF review. Wetland number 6, located at Sitio Mangayan, Barangay Manok-Manok, Boracay Island, Malay, Aklan, with an area of 8.4676 hectares. Type of wetland: swamp, lagoon. Wetland number 6 is continuously rehabilitated and developed through the joint efforts of DENR and Boracay Tubi System Incorporated. Wetland number 7, located at Sitio Lugutan, Barangay Manok-Manok, Boracay Island, Malay, Aklan, with an area of 6.8623 hectares. Type of wetland: swamp, pond. Wetland number 7 is continuously being monitored by the DENR. Wetland number 8, located at Sitio Cagban Bubon, Barangay Manok-Manok, Boracay Island, Malay, Aklan, with an area of 5.6102 hectares. Type of wetland: swamp, marsh. Wetland number 8 is continuously rehabilitated and improved through the joint efforts of DENR and JG Summit Petrochemical Corporation. Wetland number 9, located at Sitio Cagban, Barangay Manok-Manok, Boracay Island, Malay, Aklan, with an area of 0.9 hectares. Type of wetland: swamp, marsh. Wetland number 9 is continuously being monitored by the DENR. What are the importance of wetlands? Purify water and filter waste, provide wildlife habitat, reduce coastal storm damage, provide recreational and tourism opportunities. Purify water and filter waste. Wetlands act as a natural water purifier, filtering sediment and absorbing many pollutants in surface waters. Provide wildlife habitat. Wetlands provide habitat for many species of amphibians, reptiles, birds, and mammals that are uniquely adapted to aquatic environments. Reduce coastal storm damage. Coastal wetlands help to blunt the force of major storms. It reduces flooding, coastal erosion, and property damage during storms. Provide recreational and tourism opportunities. Many wetlands contain a diversity of plants, animals, and water features that provide beautiful places for sightseeing, hiking, fishing, hunting, boating, bird watching, and photography. No to encroachment. Section 78 of Presidential Decree 705, or Revised Forestry Code of the Philippines as amended, punishes a person destroying a wetland legally classified as forest land and can be penalized with imprisonment and fine. Protect our wetlands and be a wetland conservation warrior. Save Boracay.
Boracay.
People from all over the world.
Enjoy sila sa Boracay. Paradise with a natural high. When in Boracay, you never say goodbye. Hanap sa saya sa Boracay. Sumayaw, umaway, sabay-sabay. Boracay, the happiest island in the world. Raise your hands in the air. Raise your hands in the air and say Boracay, the happiest island in the world. Happy day, happy day, happy day, happy day, Boracay, the happiest island in the world. Hanap sa saya sa Boracay, sumayaw, umaway, sabay-sabay. Boracay, the happiest island in the world. Raise your hands in the air, raise your hands in the air and say Boracay, the happiest island in the world. Happy day, happy day, happy day, happy day, Boracay, the happiest island in the world. Boracay.
The Coast Guard Station Aklan, formerly known as Coast Guard Station Katiklan, is a Class C Coast Guard station located at Barangay Katiklan, Malay, Aklan. The station is under the command of Coast Guard Lieutenant Junior Grade John Manuel A. Alip, with the Deputy Station Commander for Administration, Coast Guard Ensign Eulogio P. Quinto III, Deputy Station Commander for Operations, Coast Guard Senior Chief Petty Officer Dominador S. Salvino, and Chief Master at Arms, Coast Guard Chief Petty Officer Jonalyn Carla Y. Dumulong. Performance of its mandates. The CGS Aklan's dedication to duty, as well as its unwavering commitment and passion to serve the people, resulted to the following notable accomplishments. Dedicated and resolute to ensure the safety and security of every departing passenger vessel, motorbound, and serving the maritime stakeholders, CGS Aklan has provided the highest maritime standard degree of seaworthiness by conducting mandatory pre-departure inspections, vessel safety enforcement inspection, and random emergency readiness evaluation. This is to ensure that all vessels, seacrafts, and motorist boats comply with the national regulations with the ultimate objective pertaining to the safety of life and property at sea. Safety of vessels are also being prioritized by continuous conduct of inspection, repair and maintenance, to preserve the 100% operational efficiency of 4 lighter stations that serve as navigational aids. It is with no doubt that CGS Aklan's presence shows a major impact in the tourism industry of the province that brings not only accolade to the station, but to the Philippine Coast Guard in general. The deployment of canine dogs and personnel for its intensive manning, the frequent seaborne patrol, foot patrol, and vehicle patrol, as part of its coastal security patrol initiative and mandatory inspection of all passengers, cargoes, baggages, and buses, to the roll-on roll of commercial vessels and passenger motorboats, and among other
Tara na sa Boracay, tara na sa Boracay. Welcome to the island the whole world talks about, where the fun and adventure never run out. All your worries, leave them behind. Here in Boracay, we'll have a great time. We stand by the white sand and the crystal blue sea. Feast all your senses, so much to do and see. Like a paradise with a natural high. When in Boracay, you never say goodbye. Hanip sa saya sa Boracay, sumayaw kumaway sabay-sabay Boracay. The happiest island in the world. Raise your hands in the air. Raise your hands in the air and say Boracay. The happiest island in the world. Happy day, happy day, happy day, happy day, Boracay. Boracay. Welcome to the island the whole world talks about, where the fun and adventure never run out. All your worries, leave them behind. Here in Boracay, we'll have a great time. Be stunned by the white sand and the crystal blue sea. Feast all your senses, so much to do and see. Like a paradise with a natural high. When in Boracay, you never say goodbye. Hanap sa saya sa Boracay, sumayaw kumaway sabay-sabay. Boracay, the happiest island in the world. Raise your hands in the air, raise your hands in the air and say Boracay, the happiest island in the world. Happy day, happy day, happy day, happy day, Boracay, the happiest island in the world. Beautiful island, beautiful people, warm smile and open arms, welcoming all. World-class sunsets, vibrant nightlife. When in Boracay, you'll never say goodbye. Hanap sa saya sa Boracay, sumayaw kumaway sabay-sabay. Boracay, the happiest island in the world. Raise your hands in the air, raise your hands in the air and say Boracay, the happiest island in the world. Happy day, happy day, happy day, happy day, Boracay.
I can now see our officials and also the officials of other national government agencies at ating mga partners and stakeholders. Well, today is a celebration because Boracay is now back to its pristine condition, pristine glory. And of course, ito, Carl, this is a celebration kasi of course, we made the impossible possible through the collaboration of different agencies and stakeholders.
Yes, tama ka dyan, Joyce. Ano? So muli po, magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. At balikan lang natin ng konting history lang dito. Ano? On May 28 or May 18, 2018, following the issuance of Proclamation number 475, President Duterte issued Executive Order number 53, creating the Boracay Interagency Task Force to reverse the degradation of Boracay. But look at now, Boracay. Joyce, grabe. Ang tindi nung pinagdaanan ng Boracay. It wasn't that easy to rehabilitate such an island, ano?
Agree ako dyan. At alam mo, nakita naman natin, di ba, yung efforts ng rehabilitation, buong mundo actually pinag-uusapan tayo dahil kung paano natin ba nagawa na maibalik sa pristine glory niya ang isla ng Boracay.
I agree, Joyce. Ano, grabe. Kagaya ng nabanggit mo kanina, pinag-uusapan hindi lang dito sa Pilipinas, kundi sa buong mundo. At syempre, dun sa ating goal na may-rehabilitate natin ng Boracay, napakadami nating challenges as well as accomplishments dito. Ano? And one of which nga, itong ating road expansion and the congestion. Grabe, syempre, we need to address yung traffic congestion dito sa area kung saan nandito yung ating pristine beach. No? So, ano bang nagawa natin dito, Joyce?
Alam mo, di ba, si DPWH o si Department of Public Works and Highways, they took charge of widening the main roads, pati na rin yung mga sidewalks. Kaya di ba napapansin natin pag naglalakad-lakad tayo dito sa mga sidewalks, mapapansin natin mas maluwang na, mas hindi tayo nahihirapan na maglakad, lalo pag nag-hopping tayo from station to station kapag dito tayo sa main road dumadaan.
Tama ka dyan, Joyce. Ano, in fact, kahapon, nung nag-ikot ako, I was surprised kasi syempre iba yung nakikita mo doon sa TV before kaysa doon sa na-experience mo right before your eyes, ano? Kaya it was just so amazing.
Okay, so yun nga, di ba, sinabi mo nga iba yung feeling ng nakikita mo lang sa TV at saka nakikita mo sa personal. But bago natin ipagpatuloy ang ating narration ng kwento ng Boracay, we will have a 10-minute break. So chill po muna kayo. We will be back in 10 minutes.
Sa sa Boracay. Tara na sa Boracay.
Boracay Rehabilitation per Executive Order Number 53 and the creation of Boracay Interagency Task Force. Boracay Action Plan. Thematic number 3. Rehabilitation and recovery of ecosystem. Wetlands. An area of land that is saturated with water, either permanently or seasonally. Types of wetlands in Boracay Island. Marsh. A type of wetland ecosystem that is often dominated by grasses, rushes, or reeds. Swamp. A wetland ecosystem characterized by mineral soils with poor drainage and by plant life dominated by trees. Pond. A pond is an area filled with water, either natural or artificial, that is smaller than a lake. Lagoon. A lagoon is a shallow body of water that may have an opening to a larger body of water, but is also protected from it by a sandbar or coral reef. Let's have a virtual tour on Boracay Wetlands. This is BIATF performance to recover what has been degraded in this ecosystem. Wetland number 1, located at Barangay Yapak, Boracay Island, Malay, Aklan, with an area of 4.8071 hectares. Type of wetland: marsh, swamp, pond. Wetland number 1 is continuously being monitored by the DENR. Wetland number 2, Boracay Wetland Conservation Park, located at Sitio Pinaungon, Barangay Balabag, Boracay Island, Malay, Aklan, with an area of 7.7869 hectares. Type of wetland: marsh, swamp. Wetland number 2 is continuously rehabilitated and developed through the joint efforts of DENR and Energy Development Corporation. Wetland number 3, located at Sitio Bulabog, Barangay Balabag, Boracay Island, Malay, Aklan, with an area of 1.2183 hectares. Type of wetland: lagoon, creek. Wetland number 3 is continuously rehabilitated through the joint efforts of DENR and San Miguel Corporation. Wetland number 4, Balabag Wetland Park, located in front of D-Mall, Barangay Balabag, Boracay Island, Malay, Aklan, with an area of 0.9883 hectares. Type of wetland: lagoon, pond. Wetland number 4 is continuously rehabilitated and developed through the joint efforts of DENR and Aboitiz Equity and Ventures Incorporated and Aboitiz Foundation Incorporated. Wetland number 5, located at Sitio Mangayan, Barangay Manok-Manok, Boracay Island, Malay, Aklan, with an area of 1.1721 hectares. Wetland number 5 has been reclaimed with structures built in therein. Government rehabilitation efforts still subject of BIATF review. Wetland number 6, located at Sitio Mangayan, Barangay Manok-Manok, Boracay Island, Malay, Aklan, with an area of 8.4676 hectares. Type of wetland: swamp, lagoon. Wetland number 6 is continuously rehabilitated and developed through the joint efforts of DENR and Boracay Tubi System Incorporated. Wetland number 7, located at Sitio Lugutan, Barangay Manok-Manok, Boracay Island, Malay, Aklan, with an area of 6.8623 hectares. Type of wetland: swamp, pond. Wetland number 7 is continuously being monitored by the DENR. Wetland number 8, Located at Sitio Cagban Bubon, Barangay Manok-Manok, Boracay Island, Malay, Aklan. With an area of 5.6102 hectares. Type of wetland: swamp, marsh. Wetland number 8 is continuously rehabilitated and improved through the joint efforts of DENR and JG Summit Petrochemical Corporation. Wetland number 9, located at Sitio Cagban, Barangay Manok-Manok, Boracay Island, Malay, Aklan, with an area of 0.9 hectares. Type of wetland: swamp, marsh. Wetland number 9 is continuously being monitored by the DENR. What are the importance of wetlands? Purify water and filter waste, provide wildlife habitat, reduce coastal storm damage, provide recreational and tourism opportunities. Purify water and filter waste. Wetlands act as a natural water purifier, filtering sediment and absorbing many pollutants in surface waters. Provide wildlife habitat. Wetlands provide habitat for many species of amphibians, reptiles, birds, and mammals that are uniquely adapted to aquatic environments. Reduce coastal storm damage. Coastal wetlands help to blunt the force of major storms. It reduces flooding, coastal erosion, and property damage during storms. Provide recreational and tourism opportunities. Many wetlands contain a diversity of plants, animals, and water features that provide beautiful places for sightseeing, hiking, fishing, hunting, boating, bird watching, and photography. No to encroachment. Section 78 of Presidential Decree 705, or Revised Forestry Code of the Philippines as amended, punishes a person destroying a wetland legally classified as forest land and can be penalized with imprisonment and fine. Protect our wetlands and be a wetland conservation warrior. Save Boracay. Boracay Rehabilitation per Executive Order Number 53 and the creation of Boracay Interagency Task Force. Boracay Action Plan Thematic Number 3 Rehabilitation and Recovery of Ecosystem. Wetlands, an area of land that is saturated with water, either permanently or seasonally. Types of wetlands in Boracay Island. Marsh, a type of wetland ecosystem that is often dominated by grasses, rushes, or reeds. Swamp, a wetland ecosystem characterized by mineral soils with poor drainage and by plant life dominated by trees. Pond, a pond is an area filled with water, either natural or artificial, that is smaller than a lake. Lagoon. A lagoon is a shallow body of water that may have an opening to a larger body of water, but is also protected from it by a sandbar or coral reef.
Alright, and we are back, ladies and gentlemen!
Let's have a virtual tour in Boracay Wetlands.
Boracay. Ate
This
Joyce,
is
what can you say
BIAT.
about Boracay, by the way?
Oh my God, Boracay for me is a tranquil place, parang yun nga, paradise on earth, diba? Yun yung moniker niya yung ng mga pioneer visitors niya. And for me, nagbalik yun. Yun pa rin yung moniker ko sa kanya. A tranquil place for me.
Speaking of nagbalik, totoo yan dahil grabe yung pinagdaanan talaga ng Boracay from the time or from the year na sinimulan itong i-rehabilitate. And we're just so proud that the two of us have been part of the rehabilitation of Boracay. And of course, the people in front of us, no, they all play significant role sa pag-rehabilitate ng ating pristine beach. So with that, thank you very much po sa inyong lahat na nandito ngayon. And next question ko dyan, Ate Joyce. This place kung saan nandito tayo ngayon, alam ko you will be sharing more information about this place, ano?
Yes, actually, meron tayong exciting part mamaya as we go along through the program. But of course, tong venue natin, this very venue kung nasaan ang ating event ngayon, this is a proud product of the Boracay Island Rehabilitation. Because this wetland used to be called Wetland number 4. Ngayon, ang tawag na sa kanya ay Balabag Wetland Park. Isa na siya ngayong linear park. So, isa na siya ngayong linear urban park. And nakikita naman natin, di ba, na fini-feature yung mga recreational activities na using low-impact ecotourism designs. Tapos, magkakaroon din tayo dyan, of course, soon, ng mga signages para magkaroon din tayo ng educational advocacies at para makapag-generate tayo ng awareness on the importance, of course, ng wetlands. Because wetlands recovery, nag-focus din doon ng DENR, yung Wetlands Recovery and Restoration during the 6-month rehabilitation. At ngayon nakikita na natin, nare-reap na natin ang, kumbaga, ang result, ang product ng Boracay Rehab.
Okay, that's right, Joyce. Pero today, sabi nga natin, since this is the culmination of our Boracay rehabilitation, pag sinabi natin culmination, ito ba ay katapusan na ng ating struggle or ng ating pagpupursige para mas mapaganda pa yung ating Boracay? Sa tingin mo, end na ba to? Closure na ba to?
I think parang ano lang yan hindi pa makakamove on. Walang closure because tuloy-tuloy pa rin naman yung support na ibibigay, of course, ng mga national agencies sa tumulong. Dahil di ba nga, ano ba yung naging team, di ba, ng naging success? Paano tayo naging successful sa rehabilitation na to? Teamwork, remember? So hindi naman, of course, natin iiwan na lang si Boracay ng ganun.
Exactly, tama yun. And since we are speaking about teamwork, lahat ng teams ay nandito ngayon. So, later we will be recognizing all of them. So again, thank you very much for coming and for giving your time and effort to be with us this afternoon. So I guess we are ready to start the program.
Yes.
What do you think?
I guess, oo. It's already 4:20. At andito na ang ating mga VIPs, of course. So, isang makakalikasang hapon po sa inyong lahat. My name is Joyce from the DNR Biodiversity Management Bureau.
And my name is Carl from the DNR Central Office.
Your host for today. Welcome to the Boracay Interagency Task Force's culminating activity and celebration of the gains we have made for the sustainability of Boracay. Now, to formally start the program, please rise for the invocation to be followed by the Philippine National Anthem.
Salamat po, o dakilang may lalang, sa mga gabing mahimbing kami sa pagtulog sa mapayapang tanglaw ng mga tala at buwan. Salamat po sa aming bawat paggising sa umaga na sinasalubong kami ng masiglang sikat ng araw. Walang kasing sarap ang mabuhay at walang kasing saya ang makapiling ang mga mahal namin sa buhay. kung ito man po ang bigay ninyong inspirasyon upang mapalaganap namin ang pagmamahal sa aming sarili, sa kapwa, sa kapaligiran, at sa aming bayan. Tinatanggap po namin ang hamon na mag-alay naman ng paglilingkod para sa pangkalahatang kapakanan. Alam namin na ito ang wastong kapalit ng pang-araw-araw ninyong biyaya sa buong sangkatauhan. Lahat kami ay hinahayaan po ninyong dumaan sa paglalakbay ng aming mga buhay na may tungkulin namang mag-iwan ng bakas na kapaki-pakinabang sa aming bawat hakbang. Ipinalalasap din po ninyo sa amin ang masaganang biyaya ng kalikasan sa pamamagitan ng mahabagin ninyong kalooban. Naway maging katanggap-tanggap kami sa oras na kami ay hihimlay naman sa kandungan ng kalikasang binabasbasan ninyo na aming pangalagaan. Sumainyo ang luwalhati ng kataas-taasan. Kataas-taasang hinahangad naming naway maging kasing taas ng aming pag-abot sa hangarin na magkaroon ang aming bayan ng pagkakaisa, pag-unlad, at pangmatagalang kapayapaan.
Tara na sa Boracay.
Alright, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Good afternoon everyone. Good afternoon, Carl. I see a lot of friendly and familiar and distinguished faces here at masaya po kami ngayon to be hosting this special event.
Good afternoon, everyone, and of course, good afternoon to you, Joyce. Tama ka, today is indeed a remarkable day for not only for Boracay, but for every Filipino, because the issue with Boracay is not just a local concern, but of national importance.
And yes, we all know that Boracay is a world-renowned tourist destination. It has acquired world fame because of its distinct coastal features such as its, of course, the very famous powdery white sand and turquoise waters.
Correct, Joyce. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Boracay Interagency Task Force has reached the culmination of its mandate for a better Boracay.
You're right, Carl. Today, we don't just celebrate the Boracay Interagency Task Force's successes, but we also take pride with the present and beam with hope for the future of the country's crown jewel. And indeed, Boracay's rehabilitation wouldn't be possible without the courage and sacrifices of the people behind this success. Hindi lamang po mula sa gobyerno, sa pamahalaan, kundi pati sa pribadong sektor, mga private sector, mga companies. At kabilang din dito, of course, yung mga residente at mga business owners dito sa Boracay. Because again, the success of the island's rehabilitation is a team effort.
Exactly, and on that note, please allow me to introduce today's distinguished guests and participants, starting off with Acting Secretary Jimo Sampulna of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Good afternoon, sir. We also have the former DNR Secretary General Roy A. Simatu. Sir, magandang hapon po. Also with us is Undersecretary Pimako Viden Singh III of the Department of Interior and Local Government. We also have Undersecretary Christopher V. Morales of the Department of Tourism. The head of the Boracay Interagency Task Force Secretariat, DNR Undersecretary Ernesto Diadoba Jr. With us also is Undersecretary Roberto Bernardo of the Department of Public Works and Highways. And of course, Undersecretary Margaret Castillo Padilla of the Department of Justice. Magandang hapon po.
Also present here to celebrate with us, of course, are the DANR officials from our undersecretaries, assistant secretaries, and our directors, service directors, bureau directors, at mga regional executive directors, Tourism, Infrastructure, and Enterprise Zone Authority, TIEZA, COO Mark Lapid, Department of Energy Representative Attorney Baritone Busi, Governor Florencio T. Miraflores of the Provincial Government of Aklan, Mayor-elect Froly Bar Bautista of the Municipality of Malay, Sangguniang Bayan members of Malay, the barangay officials from Barangay Balabag, Barangay Yapak, and Barangay Manok-Manok. We also have here our representative from the DSUD,
Sa Boracay.
Dole representative, of course from NEDA, the PNP, DTI, and DSWD.
To the island.
At of course, ang ating mga guests from the private sector,
Adventure.
friends from the media and residents and tourists of Boracay Island. Welcome to the BIATF culminating activity.
And ladies and gentlemen, to deliver his welcome message, may we call on DNR Regional Executive Director and the former Grand Commander, Director Livino B. Duran.
And see like a paradise with a natural high. When in Boracay, you never say goodbye. Ngunit sa saya sa Boracay, sumayang kumaway sabay-sabay Boracay. The happiest island in the world.
Good afternoon to everyone. Mayong hapon. Of course, members of the Boracay Interagency Task Force, BIETF. Of course, our Honorable Secretary Jim O. Sampolna, Presiding Officer, and our Chairperson of the BIETF. Honorable Secretary Roy Isimato, DNR Secretary Retired, former Chair and Presiding Officer of the BIATF. Honorable Eduardo Eanyo of the DILG, Co-Chair. Of course, Honorable Bernadette Romulupuyat of the DOT, Secretary Retired. Honorable Governor of the Province of Aklan, Governor Florencio Miraflores, sir. Of course, the Honorable Mayor of the Municipality of Malay, and probably later the City of Malay, Prolibar Bautista, sir. Of course, BIATF alternates Yosek Ernesto Adobo Jr., the Head Secretariat, sir. Yosek Ipimaco Dinsing III of the DILG. Yosek Christopher Morales of the Department of Tourism. Yosek Margaret Padilla of the Department of Justice. Of course, our COO, Mark Lapid of GISA. Members of the Boracay Interagency Rehabilitation Management Group, the implementing arm of the Boracay Interagency Task Force, of course headed by our ground commanders, and later on, it was renamed as our General Manager for the Boracay Rehabilitation. Of course, I would like to mention the former ground commander, Red Kit Moreno, now the Regional Executive Director of Region 3. Welcome, sir. Red Toto Milla, now the Regional Executive Director of Region 5. The former general manager, and now the director of BMB, or the Biodiversity Management Bureau, the Beauteous Natividad Bernardino. Of course, the present general manager, ang matinik na Martin Jose Despizar. Pinro Merlina Burka, Sinro Rodela Babit, representatives of various government agencies. Of course, our assistant secretaries, bureau directors, regional directors coming from other regions, partners in the rehabilitation of Boracay, stakeholders of the island. Maayong hapon sa atong tanan. In February 9, 2018, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, in his own words, and said, Boracay is a cesspool. Marumi ang tubig sa isla. Closure of Boracay is the only option and the need to exact rehabilitation of the island. The pronouncement shocked the world and brought mixed signals to the tourism industry and even our economy. The challenge was posed upon to Honorable Secretary Roy Isimato of DENR, to Secretary Eduardo Anyo of DILG, and Secretary Bernadette Romulo Puyat to head the Boracay Interagency Task Force. And of course, to work closely with the DPWH, the province of Aklan, the municipality of Malay, the SWD, DOLE, NHA, PNP, Philippine Coast Guard, the Department of Justice, the National Economic Development Authority, and of course, the BIWC, the Boracay Tubig, and other partner agencies and civic organizations to include our direct stakeholders in Boracay Island. The whole of government approach para isulong ang rehabilitasyon ng Boracay Island. Secretary Simato, in his opening message during the launching of the Boracay Closure and Rehabilitation in February 22, 2018, declared, challenge accepted. Tinanggap ni Secretary Simato ang hamon ng ating mahal na Pangulo. Ito po ang hudyat to start the implementation. Marami ang umiyak. Marami ang nalungkot. Marami ang nawalan ng hanap buhay. Nawalan ng kaibigan, kasintahan, and even hiwalayan. Those were the direct impacts of closure and Boracay rehabilitation. Very rough ang initial stage ng implementation. Our actions were met with resistance from individuals and groups. May mga salitang over my dead body, talk to my lawyer, see you in court, wala kayong mga awa, wala kayong mga puso. But the implementation should continue. The implementation should postro. Ito ang masakit na katotohanan ng Boracay Closure and Rehabilitation. Wetland number 4, ito na nandito tayo ngayon, is the concrete physical representation of rehabilitation. This is the true picture of our interventions. Today, we gathered all together to culminate the functioning of the Boracay Interagency Task Force. Ang pagtakip sa pahina ng Executive Order number 53 and Executive Order number 115, the creation of the Boracay Interagency Task Force. But today is the start to again embrace the responsibility to continue the gains of the rehabilitation in accordance with our agency mandate. Secretary Simato and the entire BIETF principals, you are the champions. Kayo po ang champions. BIETF alternates, BIETF Secretariat, BIARMG, at buong katapok at kasapi ng Boracay Closure and Rehabilitation. Tayo po ay co-champion. Tayo po ay co-champion. Our honored guest and friends of Boracay, kayo po ang aming inspirasyon. Our media partners, kayo po ang boses ng Boracay sa nakaraan, ngayon at bukas. Welcome to Boracay Island. Welcome to our culmination program. Mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Maraming salamat po sa inyong mensahe, Regional Executive Director Livino Duran. At this point, tunghayan natin ang kwento sa likod ng pagbangon ng Boracay. Let's all watch this video.
World-class sunsets, vibrant night.
I remember it still sometime around mga April 25, no? The day before the closure, no? Makikita mo yung mga hotels dito, yung mga establishments, no? Nagpapa-closing party sila sa mga tao nila. And it was really very heartbreaking, no? Honestly, na makikita mo yung mga tao umiiyak because mawawalan sila ng trabaho for the next 6 months. And this is also one thing na talagang in-address ng Boracay Interagency Task Force. When we started to assess Boracay before its closure, no, isang notable na makikita mo sa Pampang at that time or at the shore is yung algae niya. No? Ngayon, kung magtatanong ka na anong kaibahan ng algae noon, meron pa rin namang algae ngayon. Before, yung algae na makikita mo before the closure, as in talagang sobrang kakapal na parang kasing kapal ng comforter or ng kumot. According to the study, there are 8 algae present during at that time. 2 of which are natural, 6 of which is because of pollution loading. And we are somehow certain that yung nakikita natin recently na mga algae is natural, no? Why? Because we will go back to the water quality results, no, which is we are very compliant on the stretch of the White Beach from Station 1 to Station 3. The highest recorded fecal coliform is around 33 mpn for the past 4 to 5 months, no. So it's really extremely compliant with the standards. One critical activity that we implemented is the assessment of illegal discharge pipes along the beachfront, no? So with the help of the Mines and Geosciences Bureau, nag-deploy sila dito ng ground penetrating radar which surveyed the entire stretch of the beachfront from Station 1 to 3. And approximately there were around 44 big pipes, mga 16 at saka 18 na mga tubo na nanggagaling sa mga establishments directly discharging dito sa ating beachfront, no? Next is yung clearing natin ng easement. If you were able to visit the island sometime around 2017, 2016, makikita mo na yung mga structures dito. They're really encroaching on the 25 plus 5 meters. No? And yung mga chairs and tables dyan, nandito talaga, nakalatag talaga yan dito sa shoreline natin. Even some other establishments, they even prohibit yung mga tao na magpunta dun sa area nila kung nasan yung mga chairs and tables nila. Parang they treat it as their private property. We were able to clear more than 300 structures sa beachfront. And we were able to clear more than 1,000 structures along the 12-meter road right-of-way. With the help of the Department of Public Works and Highways, as of now, we were able to accomplish more than 11 kilometers of road network in the island. So mapapansin ho natin, mas lumapad na yung ating mga kalsada at nagkaroon ng walkway, no, or yung pedestrian natin dyan. So napakalaki ng improvement natin sa kalsada, no. And also, in terms of infrastructure, yung ating drainage system with the help of TIEZA, no? Although we still get reports of minor flooding, no, from time to time, lalo na pag malakas ang bagyo or malakas ang ulan, pero mabilis na siyang mag-subside na yun kasi gumagana na yung ating mga pumping stations. For pollution control and prevention, no, we were able to establish more than 100, more or less 100 STPs, no, sa mga hotels and other establishments sa isla For hotels occupying the beachfront, if you have 40 rooms and above, then you are required to have STP based on the memorandum issued by the Secretary. And also, kung wala ka naman sa beachfront and you have 50 rooms and above, then you are required to have STP as well. We also required yung mandatory connection sa ating sewage line. Whenever, kung merong available na sewage line sa area mo, then you are mandated or you are required to tap yung discharge pipe doon sa sewer line. And also, we are continuously monitoring yung ating mga sampling stations dito. Overall, around the island, we have 21 sampling stations that is regularly monitoring yung ating water quality. Under solid waste management, so we implemented zero waste policy in the island. So all these solid wastes are taken out of the island and processed in the sanitary landfill in mainland. So we have established collection points and schedules on what type of solid waste would be collected on a particular day. We require the establishments to bring their solid wastes out starting 12 midnight, no? Para of course hindi siya maging eyesore sa mga turista at yung amoy niya, no, hindi ma-encounter ng mga turista na naglalakad sa kalsada. So that's why we implemented the collection time from 12 midnight to 4 a.m. in the morning, no? Of course, that's with the help of the local government of the municipality of Malay. And then on thematic area 3, rehabilitation and recovery of ecosystems, there are 9 wetlands in the island, 5 of which were adopted by corporate adopters, our private partners.
Yung wetland number 4, it is in the center of the commercial district of Boracay. Ngayon, linear park na siya. So dati, wasteland yan. Pag sinabi mo wetland, parang waste receptacle yan ng mga tao sa Boracay. But then eventually, under the rehabilitation program, na-recover natin yan. Yung mga tao na naapektuhan, like in Wetland 6, may mga 30, 40 plus na native Boracaynons. Na-resettle natin sila. So, na-free up yung wetland number 6. And now they are beneficiaries of the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program. So, may sarili na silang mga lupa dito sa loob mismo ng isla. Ang isa pang nagawa natin for coastal and marine, nag-conduct tayo ng rapid habitat assessment, coral reefs, seagrass. Ginawa yan noong 2018. And then, we've found out na talagang hindi na maganda ang kondisyon ng mga corals dito. So yung Centro Boracay together with Region 6 nagko-conduct ng rehabilitation program also for our marine habitats. Pangalawa, sa coastal and marine, inayos natin yung sistema ng mga recreational sports sa tubig. So hindi na yung dating magulo na kahit saan pwede mag-park yung mga bangka. Inayos natin yung zoning ng water sports dito sa beachfront.
And when we talk about Boracay rehabilitation, it's not just really reviving a dying island. We were also able to show the world what Filipinos are really capable of. And it's something that we should really be proud of. I don't think that there is any rehabilitation program in the history of our country that would match what we have done in Boracay Island. This would not have happened if not for the participation of the private sector, the locals, the organizations, everyone.
And then everyone is really appreciating yung efforts ng gobyerno at lahat ng stakeholders para ma-save ang Boracay. At political will din siyempre ng national government yan, yung presidente. Kaya natin ay pagtagumpay.
Dito mo rin marirealize yung sinasabi nila na it may sound as a cliche, it may sound as a general statement that we should work harder and live a better environment for the future generation. Ang kaibahan ng Boracay Rehab, it's not just really the next generation. It's not just passing it to our children and our children's children. It's really something that is very actual. It's very soon to happen. Imagine, in 5 years' time, it's within your lifetime. It's not just about talking about passing it to the next generation, but it's something that you would experience during your lifetime. That in 5 to 10 years' time, since 2018, from 2018, if we did not intervene, Boracay would have been a dead island.
Tara na sa Boracay. Tara
That
na
is
sa Boracay.
definitely inspiring. The journey of Boracay rehabilitation really validates the fact that Filipinos are capable of protecting our country's natural resources. And of course, we are honored to have here with us the people, the very people who served at the forefront of the rehabilitation. So mapapakinggan po natin ang kwento ng ating mga ground commanders, ng ating mga general managers. So first on my list is Regional Executive Director of DENR Region 3, Red Paquito Moreno Jr., who served as DENR's National Task Force Boracay Ground Commander from February 2018 to March 2018. Sir?
Sasaya sa Boracay. Sumayaw, kumaway, sabay-sabay, Boracay. The happiest island in the world. Raise your hands in the air. Raise your hands in the air and say Boracay. Boracay. The happiest island.
Maraming salamat, Joyce. My respects to all the VIPs who were earlier mentioned, recognized. Good afternoon to everyone. It is an honor to participate in the culminating activities of the Boracay Interagency Task Force. How Boracay Island's grandeur has been won back from the brink of collapse is just as much as yours as it is mine. But with your indulgence, and at the risk of irrelevancy, allow me somehow to give you a peek into how the Save Boracay mission all started and what it was like for me when I passed on with my task as the first ground commander. For what had seemed to be a historical event, contingents from the 12 DNR regional offices, about 70 of them, converged at the Nabas multipurpose gym at the Aklan mainland. As they listened to Sexy Matu's D-Day address, the good general said, "This is our chance to be together for the first time. And we are here to undertake the mission to save Boracay. And we shall do our best for the next 6 months to accomplish this mission. I know that we will and that we can do it." The road ahead, I must confess, was daunting as it was littered with so many uncertainties. Let alone that no less than our former Secretary Roy C. Matu was the overall commander of the campaign, the prospect of whether or not my tour of duty would spell the difference, that of if we could deliver what was to be accomplished in the next 6 months, was the Herculean job. And there before me was a perfect recipe for an ecological nightmare that me and my crew had to face. In the military language, it was going to be a close quarters combat with resort owners, restaurant operators, encroachers, including trespassers, and what have you. We all know, as in a boxing match, the tale of the tape. Structures violated the easement rules, illegal discharge of wastewaters into Boracay shore, the swelling increase of fecal coliform, flooding, and poor solid waste management has given it the title of a cesspool by our president. Thus, resorts and restaurants within the easement zones had to be demolished. Illegal occupants within forest lands had to be relocated or face charges before the courts, let alone anything that symbolizes defiance. It seemed impossible to carry out and get the mission done. Truly, those 5 months on the ground to check that the campaign was running on a clockwork precision mode was a religious experience. Levity aside, and given the beachhead we gained, I felt like John the Baptist preparing the way for the coming of my reliever, Red Francisco Milia Jr. And we all know what happened to John the Baptist. However, my head was not chopped and Red Milia was not nailed to the cross. But yes, we saw that Boracay was beginning to resurrect. I stand here knowing that my story is part of the larger story of the efforts or bigger efforts of my co-workers, that I owe a debt of gratitude to those who were with me during my watch as the first commander and those who followed after my watch. I doff my hat and all-out salute to Commander Sumatu. And I stand here this afternoon, humbled by the support of the best DNR people ever assembled, whose stories of sheer grit and sacrifices to bring Boracay back to its life will be told and retold by generations of Filipinos to come in the pages of the history of Philippine environmentalism. The road ahead to do a repeat of this magnitude in other parts of the country will be long. But, my comrades, I have never been more hopeful that I am this afternoon, that we can do this again and again. Boracay is one great gift from God that we received with gratitude, and to prove ourselves worthy of this gift. So thank you very much.
Maraming salamat po, Red Keith Moreno. Ngayon naman po, let us hear the message of now DENR 5 Regional Executive Director Francisco E. Milia Jr., who served as Task Force Boracay Ground Commander from March 2018 to January 2019.
Never run out. All your worries, leave them behind.
Thank you, Madam MC. Honorable Secretary Jim O. Sampulna, my former boss, the former secretary, the father of the Boracay Rehabilitation, Secretary General Roy A. Simatu, sir, the head of Boracay Interagency Task Force Alternates and Secretariat, Undersecretary Ernesto Jun Adobo Jr., Honorable Governor Florencio Miraflores, Mayor-elect Honorable Floribar Bautista, other members and of the BIATF, other officials, DNR officials and colleagues, guests, ladies and gentlemen, isang makakalikasang hapon po sa inyong lahat. April 26, 2018, a date I would never forget. Boracay was closed. Marami ang nangyari mula ng pitsang ito na talagang nagmarka sa ating lahat. Sa akin personally, unang-una, I didn't know I would be here at that time. I was not expecting this. I was in Region 3 as the Regional Executive Director. na parang comfort zone ko na. 4 na taon na ako doon nang tawagin ako ni Secretary Roy sa kanyang office. At sinabi niya, Red Toto, pwede ba, bago pa uminit ang issue sa'yo dyan sa Region 3, pumunta ka muna sa Boracay at tulungan mo ako sa utos ng ating Pangulo. And shortly after that, I was tasked by Sec. Simato to be the ground commander of the island for the Boracay Interagency Task Force. Never in my life I have been designated as ground commander. Sabi nga ng mga tumatawag sa akin noon, hindi ka naman pala military, but ground commander ka. Naisip ko, of course, sabi ko kay Sec, Sir, I'm a good soldier. I'll follow order. So, April 26 to October 26, 2018, 6 months. Those 6 months were one of the pressured months, not just for me, but for all of us. The eyes of the country and even the world was on us. Not only for me, but for all of us. The question in everybody's head, can we open by 6 months? Boracay was tagged as cesspool, and the rehab, others say, was a mission impossible. How do I hurdle the difficult task along the way? And I ask, what is the plan? Imagine Boracay being closed, an island usually full of people, locals, domestic and foreign tourists. You are left with a lot to do. There were the workers who were left with no jobs, no incomes. Those who opposed the rehab, nagkaroon pa ng caravan from Kalibo to Katiklan. Yun to yung mga makabayan group, ang isinisigaw, no to closure, yes to rehab. Imagine that. Every day was a new challenge for the task force. And every day was another day close to the deadline. Opo, hindi naging madali na ipaintindi sa marami why they need to comply with the laws governing the 25+5 shoreline easement. Yung wetlands and forest lands illegal occupancy. Yung water quality or water pollution. Yung removal of solid waste or improper waste disposal. Yung makitid na daan, the canals, the carrying capacity studies, the e-trikes, at marami pang iba. Para tayong nakikipagbunong braso, halos sa lahat. But we are so glad we did wrestle with all hindrances and has attained a win-win situation now. I cannot talk about each and every challenge we faced during those days. But I can recall some highlights for me. Looking at this island, I can only proudly recall my unforgettable experiences as GC during the Boracay closure. Lahat ng bagay na hindi ko in-expect nangyari. At times, when I thought na nasolve na ang isang problem, may issue na namang lilitaw na bago. But you know, sa pagtutulungan ng lahat, sa dasal, sa synergy and effort of all partners and stakeholders, kahit na anong trabaho pa yan, with all the efforts of all involved, nagawa po natin. Our mission was to save Boracay, and then we started by putting vision into reality. From identifying key result areas, we were able to prepare Boracay Action Plan, where the roles and targets of our national agencies and local government unit will be guided to address the needs of the island. It was a strong political will that we were able to push through with our vision for the island. But gradually, we were able to convince the rest of the community, the stakeholders, and other naysayers that we were taking this task seriously. That means that we mean business. Secretary Simato visits every 2 weeks since the closure. So I had to update every time. I remember when I informed him of my new discovery, a problem at that I couldn't present a solution. Yet, because it was also new to me, you know what Sek said? Sek Simato told me, knowing what you do not know is already an accomplishment. This statement has made an impact to me and cleared my perspective kung paano gagawin ang trabaho and solve issues. Doon ko nalaman na mayroon palang tinatawag na ground penetrating radar. Ang istorya po niyan, mayroong isang aso na nakahukay diyan sa front beach ng isang tubo. Tinawagan agad ako ni General Chan, Ambassador Chan. Toto, humanap ka ng traktor, lagyan mo ng hook, araruhin mo yung front beach. Marami pa siguro yan. Sabi ko, paano kaya magagawa araruhin ang front beach? And then may nakapagbulong, Sir, may GPR na tinatawag, Ground Penetrating Radar, Eye of the Sky. Nakikita ang ilalim. So, through the help of the MGB, isang team ang pinadala dito. Naalala ko si Lisa Manzano, ang head, na nalaman niya, na-detect nila yung mga pipes na nakabaon along the front beach. And ang istorya po nun, nung ma-detect na nila, ano naman ang susunod? Huhukayin yon. At dahilan sa malapit na ang 6 months, ang ginawa ni Sek Simato, tinawagan niya yung 3rd Infantry Division. Nagpadala ng mga Army trainees, 100 ang tawag niya, the Centurions, at hinukay yung mga na-detect na pipes along front beach. 48 na pipes, illegal po yun lahat. And then, ang ginagawa ng EMB team naman, tinitrace, dinalagyan ng dye yung CR ng establishment. Pag doon lumabas, sila ang culprit. So, yun po. Sunod, yung dramatic road. Dinaanan po natin kanina. Maraming drama. Actually, wala naman po talagang road na yon. Puro nyugan yon. But, yun ang sa property ni Mr. Villanueva. And, talagang naging madrama because maraming sagutan, maraming pakiusapan, maraming iyakan. And of course, ang mabigat doon, yung order ni Sek Simato, na dahil sa itong main highway ay sinisemento, paano mapapabilis kung hindi mabubuksan yung Mount Luho Road at saka yung dramatic road na yon. So, yun ang problem. At kasi may nakaharang doon na isang building. Yung Stellar Hotel ng Astoria. Worth 70 million, 45 days pa lang na nabubuksan. And, of course, sa pakiusapan, magaling si Sek sa kanang negotiation eh. Napakiusapan yung Astoria na ipagiba yung bagong building na 70 million. Kaya po nabuksan yung dramatic road papuntang Lusot dito sa Fairways and Blue Waters. So yun po yung dramatic road. Of course, ang tanong pa niya, paano magbubukas after 6 months? Anong ipapakita natin? So, nag-create po ng team yung EMB, nag-establish ng mga water sampling station all over the island. At araw-araw po, kumuha ng sample at in-examine yun at ipinagraph kung bumababa o tumataas. And yun po ang aming binabasihan. Dapat bumaba. And ang isang napakalaking ginawa pa po is na-discover ni Secretary yung lumang pipe along the front beach. Dati pong ginagamit ng BIWC na matagal ng panahon. Philippine Tourism Authority pa, na pag umuulan ay nag-overflow and sabi niya dapat patayin na itong linyang ito. And ang solusyon ay biglang nakuha niya, inorderan niya lahat ng establishments, 40 rooms and above, dapat magkaroon ng sariling STP. Marami pong umangal, maraming nagreklamo. Ilang meetings kasi wala na daw silang paglalagyan ng STP. So sabi ni Sek, wala. Kung hindi kayo susunod, hindi kayo magbubukas. Mag-kill kayo ng mga rooms. And ilang meetings ang nangyari at sumunod naman po. Sumunod sila and yun po ang isang hindi ko makalimutan din na nagpalinis din ng tubig. Nakita yung mga pipes, nagsarili yung mga establishment for the rooms and above. And then inayos yung BIWC STP na sobra na yung capacity. And of course, ang last, pinag-aralan niya yung kanal kung saan pati yung rainwater dumadaan doon. At sa outfall ay nasa likod sa Balabag. Sabi niya, kitang-kita. Sabi niya, dapat ang outfall ay hanggang sa 1 kilometer away from the shore. Kasi mababaw yung dito po sa Balabag. And ang sabi din niya, bago i-discharge ang tubig, dapat treated na. Parang ang hirap, pero nangyari. In the span of 6 months, marami po akong hindi mabilang na instructions from the secretary at kina Yusik Jun. Hindi ko rin mabilang kung ilang beses nagpunta dito si Sec. Hindi ko rin po mabilang yung ilang meetings ang kinandak. Hindi ko mabilang kung ilang beses lumapag ang C-130 at private planes. At magpapaalam sana ako, hindi naman ako pinapayagan. Pag-aalis, sabi niya, dito ka muna, Toto. Malapit na magbukas. Hindi ko rin po mabilang kung ilang beses akong nabulyawan ni General at na ngayon, Ambassador Chan. At hindi ko rin po mabilang kung ilang beses akong medyo nagtampo ang aking asawa kasi yung mga mahalagang family affairs, occasions, tulad ng anniversary, birthdays, family gatherings na umuwi ako, hindi na ako nakauwi. At ang hindi ko makalimutan, even election, barangay election, May 2018, hindi ako nakaboto kasi nandito si Secretary. Alam po yan ng mga nina-governor kasi dumating sila meron ng yung kanilang daliri. So, yun po ang mga experiences. But it's also for a great cause. I gladly say that Boracay Island is worth the sweat we have expended. An event like this, I surely won't miss. The rehabilitation of the Boracay Island adhered to the thematic map, action plan that served as a guide ng task force. Of course, co-chaired by DOT and DILG. Laging nandito po, sina Secretary Anyo, saka Secretary Puyat. This plan has resolved the problem areas holistically and has laid down the path towards sealing the island. So yung DPWH po, talaga pong sila ang nagbigay ng bagong mukha ng Boracay. Napakahirap gawin, pero pag binungkal mo yung ilalim, puro pala pipes yan. So, talagang dapat tutukan. Of course, sila nag-in-charge sa decongestion of Boracay. DOJ has enforced the rule of law in the island. So, maraming nasampulan na mga violators. PCOO has engaged the stakeholders and the public through engage the stakeholders and the public through an effective domestic and global communications. Yun pong Malay Mayor. Kasi nalaman namin, pag kami mag-implement ng illegal occupancy, gagamit kami ng PD 705 at magkakaso muna sa korte bago mag-issue ng demolition order yung korte. And ginamit namin po yung kanilang ordinance, no build zone. So ang nag-issue po ng mga demolition order ay yung Office of the Mayor. And yun po, ang problema lang nun, paka-issue ng demolition order, wala nang gustong mag-implement, mag-demolish. Buti na lang po nandyan si Governor Miraflores. Nagbigay agad siya ng 50 personnel from PEO, Provincial Engineering Office, para silang mga siwa ng pag-demolish. Of course, katulong ang DPWH. So, yung mga structure na dinimolish natin sa 25+5, sa wetlands, sila po. Of course, ang DILG, malaking tulong po. sa closure, sila ang tumutok sa LGU at sa mga grupo pa. Ang DSWD, to mitigate the impact of the closure. Maalala ko pa, nagsisiksikan sila doon sa village, nagbibigay ng pamasahe sa mga workers, nagpapa-implement ng tupad ng 4-piece para lang mabigyan ng solusyon yung mga misplaced workers. For the rehabilitation and recovery of ecosystems, doon na po pumasok ang DNR. Sinasabi ko po, yung mga team na pinadala ni Secretary Simato. Actually, hindi lang taga dito, kundi taga ibang regions. Lahat ng regions na galing sa command center ay nagtulong-tulong. With all this taking place, where we are right at this moment, I'm standing here today, alam kong nagtagumpay tayo. We are victorious, na ipanalo natin ang laban. These are the resounding words that could describe our occasion today. Truly, we have overcome the great challenge of Boracay rehabilitation. It is with great honor and humility to join everybody here in this landmark occasion. Allow me to extend my sincerest gratitude to everyone who are part of this huge success. Hayaan niyo pong banggitin ko po kasi ito po talaga ang mga tumulong. Of course, kay Sik Simato, isang napakagaling na leader, troubleshooter, great planner, good strategist. Siya po, pag binigyan ng malaking problema, hinahati-hati niya into parts. Yan po ang natutunan ko sa kanya. At saka nakafocus. Of course, Secretary Jim Sampulna, who was then the Red ng Region 6, pag-report ko sa kanya, ikaw na pala. Hayaan mo pre, kung ano mang kailangan mo, sabihin mo lang. At padadalan kita ng kung anong may bibigay na tulong. So lahat po ng data, mga tao, ibigay ni dating Red, ngayon Secretary Jim O. Sampulna. Of course, kay Yusek John Adubo Jr., he was our senior official, head of the Secretariat, who monitored the activities every day. Siya din po ang nagbibigay sa akin ng legal guidance. Kapag kinakabahan na ako, makukulong ba ako dito, sir? Sabi ni Yusek John, relax ka lang. Papuntahin ko dyan si Attorney Iniran. And yun po ang tagapagbigay sa akin ng lakas ng loob. Of course, sa kanyang legal staff and secretariat na silang nag-a-arrange ng mga meetings at nagdo-document. Of course, sa aking assistant ground commander, si Director Al Orolfo. Si Miss Joanet Opeda na palaging abala sa pag-contact ng mga kakailanganin namin. Of course, ang Region 6, DNR Region 6, ang Penro Aklan, na nakasuhan pa si Penro Bal dati, ang Senro ng Boracay, at ang EMB6, MGB family. Of course, EMB6 headed by Attorney Ramar Pascua, na talagang hindi tayo pinabayaan. At sinabi ko na po si Governor Mira Flores na palaging naandito doon. Walang sawang sumuporta. The local government unit, thank you. May naalala ko, ang nag-OI si Mayor noon, wala siguro dito si in charge Abraham Swalog. And then si Mayor Promi Bautista, yung tatlong barangay captains, Yapak, Balabag, and Manok-Manok, maraming salamat po. Of course, ang dating mayor, former Mayor John Yap, the owner of the Casa Pilar, na nagpatuloy sa amin. It was the only establishment opened during the closure. Malaking tulong po. Pati yung mga inputs niya na pwedeng gawin, being experienced mayor ng Boracay, marami pong naitulong. Ang Astoria, sabi ko na, who has sacrificed the 70 million worth hotel, bagong-bago. Friends from our stakeholders, Miss Jim Chua, si Miss Jim Chua ng San Miguel. Siya po malaking tulong po talaga, who provide us the resources na kailangan namin na agad-agad. Mr. Boyet Sakdalan ng Compliant Association of Boracay, Mr. Russell Cruz of Boracay Water Sport Association, mga adaptors, hindi ko na po isa-isahin. Yung Aboiti, yung Aboiti na nag-adapt nitong kina Chris Camba. Of course, kay Mr. Cedric Sason of Southwest. Anumang oras, kasi nga sarado ito. Bus, transportation, motorboat, speedboat, lahat. Laging naandyan. At sa lahat ng mga tumulong, Of course, sa lahat ng member agencies, talaga namang nandito ang team nila. Hindi ko na po isa-isahin. At sa lahat ng tumulong na hindi ko na nabanggit, maraming salamat sa inyong ambag. Ayan niyo po, mahaba-haba ito. Matagal naman po akong nag-stay. We are here now because of the synergy of all our efforts. Dahil sa pagtutulungan at pagkakaisa nating lahat. Moving forward, I hope to continue the sacrifice we have already started. Now, with the end of task force, we look forward to the beginning of a new Boracay Island. From the party capital of La Boracay, we now have the Love Boracay, a celebration of the island as this beautiful nature paradise. I call on the local government to continue this cause. We have given this island a new lease in life, and we have given ourselves a second chance. My hope are high na mas marami po ang magagawa ang LGU Aklan at Malay sa ating sinimulan. Ang dissolution ng task force ay simula lamang ng opportunity for growth and conservation. At this point, I can sincerely say na ang dating akala natin noon, mission impossible, is now mission possible. Muli po, magandang hapon sa inyong lahat.
All right, so there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The speech of none other than the Regional Executive Director of Region 5 and the former Task Force Boracay Ground Commander, Sir Francisco Milia. Maraming salamat po. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to give us another speech, let us all welcome the Biodiversity Management Bureau Director who served as a General Manager of Boracay Interagency Task Force from February 2019 up to January 2022. Let us all welcome Director Natividad Bernardino. Ma'am?
Stunned by the white sand and the crystal blue sea. Feast all your senses, so much to do and see.
Thank you, Carl. Isang magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat, sa lahat po ng VIPs nandito, sa former boss ko, sa current boss, lahat ng mga boss sa mga member agencies ng Interagency Task Force. Kay Mayor, kay Gov, congratulations, Mayor. Kita mo, mananalo ka pa rin, sabi ko sa iyo eh. Yung kwento ni Red Toto, sabi niya, he was here for 8 months, pero ang haba ng speech. I was assigned here for 3 years. Iiklian ko lang ang speech ko. Red Toto. So, na-assign po ako 2019 until December of last year. For 3 years, Boracay was my home. So ano naman ang naganap nung panahon ko? Boracay was already opened at that time. 2019, grabe ang dagsa talaga ng turista. Diba, as Ayusek from DOT, yes sir, ang dagsa ng turista noong 2019 was even higher than 2018 or no, 2017. So everybody was just so excited to see what the new Boracay looks. Nung ano na yun. Pero hindi pa tapos yung rehabilitation, in fact, in 2018. There were still a lot of non-compliant structures na kailangan linisin. Naalala ko nung unang araw na na-assign ako, I attended the meeting of the BIATF principals. Sabi ni Secretary Anyo, saka ni Sec, sabi niya, Nati, meron pang natitirang 10 structures dyan sa White Beach na hindi pa compliant. Give them 15 days to comply. Oh my God, 15 days, papademolish yung natitira. And one of them was the biggest one dito, yung Auhana ngayon, yung Auhana Resort. But anyway, nagawa naman natin yon kasi yung natapos naman noong 2018, the political resolve was there. So nakita naman na we can continue that kind of a resolve. So nung natapos yung White Beach, 25+5 Eastment, ang sumunod na assignment ito ng Balabag, yung Back Beach na tinatawag. So nung simula, marami pa diyang non-compliant. And there were the last 10 establishments, the big ones, yung nakita natin kanina, lahat yun naging compliant na, pero medyo madugo na labanan yun. Nag-file pa sila ng kaso sa, nagpa-TRO, but then eventually, nung na-lift yung TRO, ang sabi ni Sec Simato, sinabi ni Sec Anyo at saka ni Secretary Puyat, Nati, tapos na yung TRO, demolish them all. Ayan.
So yun, demolition ang nangyari. Medyo mabigat-bigat. But anyway, nung panahon ko, it was easier because we had already the Boracay Action Plan na pinagtulong-tulungan ng lahat ng agencies to craft as the 5-year medium-term action plan to guide the rehabilitation program for the island. Mga petty issues na sometimes yung hinaharap namin, nandyan yung laging nagva-viral yung Boracay, di ba? Di ba, Mayor, yung Taiwanese na scandalous yung suot, mamaya nasa mainstream media na rin, yung Chinese na nagpupo yung anak sa beach, mga ganun ang mga issues. But then ang malungkot, after 2019 came the pandemic. That was 2 years. So anong ginawa natin during those 2 years? It was actually the DOT, led by Secretary Puyat, that initiated the full vaccination of all the residents, tourism workers in Boracay. Pero mahirap talaga yon, sabi nga ng mga stakeholders natin, it's even worse than the 6-month closure. Kasi wala talagang trabaho, and they didn't know ano yung end ng pandemic. At least yung 6-month closure, alam mo, at the end of 6 months, bubukas na ulit. So it was really difficult. But now, we're just hoping na magtuloy-tuloy na ulit ang pagbangon ng tourism economy ng Boracay. Now that I am now in the Biodiversity Management Bureau, I just like to announce, sir, that we will pursue the critical habitat designation dun sa flying fox habitat natin sa Yapak. We are now in talks with the different private landholders there kung paano magkakaroon ng low-impact ecotourism development so as not to disturb the habitat of the flying fox. So at this point, gusto ko lang talagang magpasalamat sa lahat, especially to our former secretary. Without your leadership and guidance, sir, we won't be able to do the job here. It was a tough job. And of course, to Yusek Jun, who's always there, tawagan mo anytime. Sir, anong guidance? Si Yusek Densing, isa rin to. Pagka may problema ko, anytime I can always call him. Asek, now Yusek, Meg Padilla of DOJ. Siya yung, Nati, anong kailangan mo dyan? Padala ko na ba yung NBI? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So, it was a whole of government approach indeed. Tapos si Mayor, hindi po namin talaga magagawa ito kung wala yung kooperasyon ninyo. Naintindihan po namin sa perspective ng mga national government agencies, kayo po yun talagang may constituencies dito eh. So yung balancing act that you really needed to do has to be done. Pero we are really very thankful po, Gov and Mayor, without your support and without the support of all our stakeholders, the BIATF will not succeed. So, yun lang po at maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Director Nati Bernardino. Ngayon po, narinig natin ang mga kwento ng mga former ground commanders at of course, ang kwento ng former general manager ng BIARMG. Ngayon naman, mapapakinggan po natin ang kwento ng current general manager of the Boracay Interagency Task Force Rehabilitation Management Group, GM Martin Despi.
Sa Boracay, tara na sa Boracay.
Thank you, Joyce. I don't think I would be covering any of my stories here in Boracay. No? I think yung mga predecessors ko, they have already covered that very well. So I would like to take this opportunity to really thank everyone for the support. No? And you know, Boracay has done so much to me, no? Personally, and in terms of my career in the public sector. No? So first and foremost, ang aking original na boss, kung saan ako nagsimula sa public service way back 2018. Yusek Epimako Vidensing. Sir, maraming salamat po. Back then, 2018, I was mere 27-year-old guy. No? Kung titignan mo talaga, para akong damong ligaw no, nanaligaw talaga ako sa opisina ni Yusek Densing na nirefer lang ako ng isang dating chief of staff niya. And to be given this much trust and confidence, it really means a lot, no? And napaka-fulfilling, no, na matuto ka sa serbisyo publiko mula sa isang tao na talagang napakahusay, napakamatino, maaasahan. Yusek, sir, if not for you, I will not be here, sir. Maraming salamat po. And of course, ang aking naging boss dito sa DNR when I transferred, Yusek Ernesto Jun Adobo. Sir, maraming salamat po sa pagtanggap sa akin sa ahensya. No? Yung suporta at tiwala na binigay niyo po sa akin, no? When I was still in DILG, hanggang lumipat ako ng DNR, sir, wala akong nagbago. No? Malaki ang utang na loob ko sa Boracay Interagency Task Force kasi yung mga sumalo sa akin when I was from the DILG, sila rin yung sumalo sa akin when I transferred to the DNR or when I was appointed to the DNR. Yusek Jun, sir, maraming salamat po. Very fatherly figure kasi si Yusek Adobo when grabe, sobrang idol in terms of negotiation and handling things, no, kahit gaano komplikado. Napakasimple kay Yusek Eda, no. So, sir, maraming salamat po. At of course, sa nag-assign po sa akin dito, former Secretary Roy A. Simatu. Sir, thank you for the trust and confidence. Nung sinabi niyo po sa akin na ako yung hahalili kay Director Nati, sabi ko talaga sa sarili ko, it's really a very difficult shoe to fill in. No? Ang papalitan mo yung Iron Lady ng Boracay. So napakahirap, no? Napakahirap sundan yung mga nagawa ni Ma'am Nati. And of course, our Secretary Jim Sampulna. Sir, maraming salamat po sa patuloy na pagsuporta habang ako yung General Manager. So every time ho, nabababa dito si Sec Jim, isa lang ang sasabihin niya sa akin, oh pare, anong kailangan mo dito? Kailangan mo ng pondo? Pababaan kita. O sige, sabihin mo na kay Asik Hero, mag-usap na kayo. So ganun ho, kasupportive si Sec Jim. Kung hindi rin po sa kanya, hindi ho magiging maayos yung pagtatapos ng Boracay Island. As much as we owe it to former Secretary Roy A. Simatu, we also owe it to the one who ended the rehabilitation and completed it, Secretary Jim Sampulna. Sir, maraming salamat po. And also, no, gusto kong pasalamatan yung mga tao talaga na sumalo sa akin dito, no? Ma'am Nati. No? When I came here in the island, yung mga tao na nakilala natin, sabi nila, you know, si Ma'am Nati and si Director Al Orolfo, binilinan talaga nila kami. Natulungan ka, bantayan ka, kung anong magiging problema, be always on his side. So, para sa dalawang tinuturing ko na idolo rin na Ma'am Nati, Director Al. Kung si Ma'am Nati, andun siya sa ironclad rule, si Director Al nandun siya sa chill. Yan. So, pag pinasama mo silang dalawa, relax na relax. Very neutral. Yan. Okay. And of course, no, to our local government unit. No? Mayor Fromy, sir, maraming salamat sa very active na participation ninyo. Tatawagan mo lang si Mayor, andyan na kaagad may action. Of course, to Governor Miraflores, no, yung ating demolition, no, that's always been with the provincial government. And sir, maraming salamat po sa lahat ng tulong, resources, manpower na binigay po sa Boracay Interagency Task Force. And now I would like to take this opportunity. Kung kanina po nakita ninyo kung gaano kasaya yung kwento ng mga general manager at kung gaano sila ka-successful, meron lang hong isang dahilan kung bakit naging successful kaming 5 general managers and ground commanders. No? Lahat po kaming 5, nagpalit-palit kami, pero may mga tao sa likod namin na naging constant. So I would take this opportunity para makilala nyo silang lahat. I will start with Miss Joanette Opeda. Please, come here in front. Take your time. Of course, we have Engineer Axel Salvador. We have Attorney Roman Almalbis. We have Jaidi Ignacio. Mika. Come. Enteng, Vicente Flaviano. Dito kayo sa gitna. Kaya you deserve this. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. Sino? And of course, si Joshua pala. Joshua Peñarada. Saan ka, Josh? So ito lang ho kami, ang BRMG. Ito lang ho kami. Of course, with the service vehicle driver, Bax, Roberto Bacolinaw. Yan po, 8. Siyam lang ho kami lahat dito. Ito lang ho ang naging constant sa likod ng mga general managers, ang BRMG. And it's because of them, kaya ho naging successful din yung delivery ng results ng BRMG. Palakpakan po natin sila. Bago ko rin pala makalimutan, Chief of Police, Colonel De Jos, maraming salamat din po yung ating enforcement. It's all because of you, sir. Napaka-active, napaka-stricto, napaka-husay in terms of enforcement. So yun po, muli, maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. No? As my parting words, no? Sabi nga ho ng isang taong malapit sa aking puso, no? The harder the problem, the better you become. Ulitin ko, the harder the problem, the better you become. So with the closure, yung typhoon ho, in 2019, yung COVID-19 pandemic, and now, Boracay is trying to stand up again. With all these problems, I don't think any problem can put Boracay down. And it's not just the island. It's because of the people. It's because of the stakeholders, the owners, everyone, the locals, lahat po tayo. So muli po, maraming salamat po sa inyo. And I hope we will see each other again in some other tourism destinations. Nabubuhayin ho natin ulit. Maraming salamat po at magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you, GM Martin Despi. Bago po tayo dumako sa susunod po nating speaker, tayo po ay naka-live ngayon via Facebook. Thank you, Paradise Cable TV. At naka-cross-post po ito sa DNR Biodiversity Management Bureau's Facebook page and also sa DENR Western Visayas. Okay, so ang pagsasaayos ng isla ng Boracay ay hindi magiging madali kung walang koordinasyon ang bawat ahensya na pinangunahan ng BIATF Secretariat. At this point, pakinggan po natin ang mensahe ng head o ng namuno ng BIATF Secretariat, DNR Undersecretary Ernesto Adobo Jr.
Tara na sa Boracay, tara na sa Boracay.
Thank you, Joyce. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Bago po ako umakyat, nagbibiroan kami ni Yusik Dancing. Mag-umpisa nung welcome remarks hanggang doon sa mga sumunod na speakers. Si Yusik Dancing was wondering kung may mga nagpolitiko daw na galing DNR. Meron ba naging mayor? Sabi ko, wala pa naman ako alam. Pero, kwe daw yata sino ba elected ngayon sa Bacolod? Si Congressman Alvi. Sa pinakita ni Red Levy, baka may kalaban siya next election. I have a 7 pages prepared speech. Maiksi lang. I really wanted to greet each and everyone, but I learned this rule that you cannot go beyond 20% of what you're going to say, spending it for just greeting people. So hindi ko rin mababati isa-isa ito. Kaya hayaan nyo na lang po na batiin ko ang iilan sa atin. Sa kagalang-galang nating gobernador at ng kagalang-galang na mayor ng Malay. No? Minsan di ko pa nabati kasi si COO Mark Lapid, kaya I'll greet him also. Of course, our former boss and the current boss. No? Lahat sa atin, no? Indeed, oras at araw ito na ipagdiwang natin. No? Naalala ko minsan, sabi ko nga pala kay Yusik Bong, sa amin wala nagpolitiko. Magagaling nga ata magsalita halos lahat ng bagong Reds. Kaya lang wala marunong kumanta. Si Mark lang yata, Fragata. Kadalasan, during meetings namin, nagkakaroon ng socials. At isa-isang pinakakanta. Ito naging bahagi ng aming schedule nung may isang general din na namuno sa amin, si Secretary Reyes. Lahat nagtatago. Pagka tinuturo na isa-isa, yang si aming secretary ngayong Jim Sumpol na, isa yan sa nagtatago. Dumating ang Secretary Defensor. Itinuturo isa-isa yung mga Reds and the other officials. Nagtataka ako, lahat nauuna ng nagtataas ng kamay kung nasiya ang unang tawagin para kumanta. Ang dahilan po, natatakot sila Red, si Baluka, and the likes, na makanta yung kaisa-isa nilang may memoryang kanta. Ito rin po ang sitwasyon ko ngayon. Pinagpagurang bahagya itong aking prepared speech. But listening to all the speakers, you will just be hearing the same. No? It's entirely the same story. Kasi po, nandito kami lahat sa ground when the rehabilitation was done. No? At isang katangi-tanging tanawin noon, no? The presence of the local government. Si Gob mismo, 10 ng kanya mga manggagawa, at yung ilang mayor na una hanggang kay acting mayor, at ngayon re-elected Mayor Bautista. Kung meron sinasabing convergence, this is the flesh and blood of convergence. Kung meron sinasabing whole of government approach, ito po yun. No? Narinig nyo naman kung paano binigyan ng pasasalamat ang mga member agencies. Hindi ko na po uulitin. But deep in my heart, I salute each and every member of the interagency task force that rehabilitated Boracay. Alam po nila kung gaano kahirap ang ginawa. Isang bagay lamang po ang gusto kong iwan. Bagamat tapos na ang mandato ng BIATF, we will still be here not in an arrangement as we had during the task force days, pero para po tulungan pa rin ang local government. Isusulong pa natin, mayroon pang mga nakasaad sa ating Boracay Action Plan, dapat pang ituloy. Ang bawat ehensya, I do not want to put words to other agencies, but I've talked to Yusek Bernardo, sila nandyan, tatapusin nila ang programa nila. Kami, sa bandang amin sa DNR, narito po kami upang ipagpatuloy at tapusin ang mga mandatong ibinigay ng ating kagalang-galang na Presidente, ang i-rehabilitate ang Boracay. Maraming salamat po.
Tara na sa Boracay, tara na sa Boracay.
Okay, so there you have it, the message of Undersecretary Attorney Ernesto Diodobo Jr. Maraming salamat po, sir. So now we've heard all the messages from all the principals, ano? And again, to our sirs and ma'am, maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. And now to speak on behalf of the BIATF alternates, ladies and gentlemen, let us call on stage Undersecretary Margaret Castillo Padilla of the Department of Justice. Ma'am.
Tara na sa Boracay, tara na sa Boracay.
Good afternoon, everyone! Okay, since idol ko si Yusek Jun, I'll keep this short and simple also. So, I'll also dispense with greetings all our VIP to save time. So, it is an honor and truly a privilege to be standing here before all of you today. So in 2018, the President ordered the closure of Boracay Island because of its alarming state brought about by the severe and sustained environmental degradation. Thereafter, the Boracay Interagency Task Force was created under EO 53, which marked the beginning of the historical rehabilitation of the Boracay Island. So, despite despite many pessimistic view during that time, no, the Boracay Interagency Task Force was able to successfully accomplish its mandate under EO 53 and to be able to implement the directive of the President. So the island was restored to its former glory, or much more than that pa nga, di ba? Kasi sa mga nagawa ng ating DPWH and all. Okay. Being the designated alternate representative of Justice Secretary Menardo I. Guevara, I had the privilege of working with the most hardworking and dedicated public servants we have. Of course, including the alternate representatives who work tirelessly in order to ensure that the deliverables of their respective agencies are met, as well as the deliverables of the task force itself. But no relevant program, project, or activity would have been done completely and successfully without, of course, our principals who served as our compass, who gave us guidance, gave us the direction in order to navigate all the obstacles that came along the way. So, in behalf of the alternate representatives of the task force, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our principals for their guidance, for their trust and support. Let me also thank our local officials, both from the provincial government and from the municipal government, other partners and stakeholders for their support and active participation to the task force's activities and programs. So as we end the term of the BATF by June 30, 2022, we are optimistic that the local government will be able to sustain the gains of the Boracay rehabilitation. So sabi nga ni Martin, ano yan, di ba? Simula pa lang yan, we believe na ang LGU natin, mas marami pa silang kayang gawin for the success and betterment of the Boracay Island. So that will be all. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Yusek Padilla. The BIATF's partnership with the LGU is critical during the rehabilitation, and the Department of the Interior and local government's role is also instrumental in the success of the rehabilitation.
Right, Joy, sa rehabilitasyon ng Boracay, tatlong ehensya ang nanguna rito, ang DNR, DILG, and of course, DOT. And now, ladies and gentlemen, pakinggan naman po natin ang kinatawan ng DILG. Kanina na-mention na a lot of times ang pangalan niya. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Undersecretary Pimakal Dansing III. Sir!
Tara na sa Boracay, tara na sa Boracay.
Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Kung sila nag-skip ng kanilang pagbati, meron akong babatiing mga tao kasi sila po ang talagang nakita kong kasama natin sa pag-aayos ng Boracay na masasabi kong nakita ko ang kanilang commitment at kanilang pagmamahal sa isla ng Boracay at sa kabuuan ng probinsya ng Aklan. Unahin ko muna sa ating lokal na gobyerno. Nandyan po si Mayor Floribar Bautista. Nitong mga nakaraang buwan, nakaraang taon, siya po ang aking laging kausap kung mayroong kaming problema dito sa isla ng Boracay. At Bisaya man, maodali may sinugdan sa atong mga trabaho diri sa Boracay. Pero pasensya na rin, minsan nagpapadala ako ng love letter kay Mayor. Ang makasalanan po niyan si GM Nati kasi nagsusumbong sa akin. Siyempre, isa sa pinaka-paborito kong gobernador, si Governor Joven Miraflores. Ito po, hindi nyo po alam. Nung nag-announce po ang Pangulo na isasara po ang Boracay at inutusan niya po ang DILG, Secretary Anyo, si Secretary Roy Sumato, and then DOT Secretary Wanda Teo, nagkaroon ho kami ng meeting sa building ng Department of Tourism. Lumabas po ako saglit dahil meron po akong kakausapin sa isang tawag at nakita ko po doon may isang taong nakaupo sa lobby, sa reception. Pagkatapos ko makipag-usap, tinitingnan ko siya. Sabi ko, parang si Governor Miraflores ito. So lumapit po ako sa kanya at nagpakilala. At doon ko po nalaman na on the day the President announced the potential closure and rehabilitation of Boracay, he was the first local government officials without any appointment went to the office of Secretary Wanda Teo because he knew we had a meeting and he went there, pinapasok po namin siya, in-entertain namin. Pero nakita ko ho doon, no? And in the last 4 years that we have been together, he was never absent in any Boracay Interagency Task Force meeting. He was very active at nakita ko doon yung commitment niya at pagmamahal niya sa Boracay at pagmamahal niya sa Aklanon. Palakpak po natin, Governor Joven Miraflores. Siyempre po, yung aking favorite AFP Chief of Staff, alam niyo po, nogang Chief of Staff po siya, mahilig po ako mag-background check ng mga matataas na opisyal sa AFP. Mula po noon, I think that was 2004, mula siya nang appoint siyang AFP, hanggang naging DNR Secretary, isa pa rin siya, mga paborito kong opisyalis ng bayan. Wala na po siya ngayon, pero kasama pa rin natin, former DNR Secretary Roy Sumato. At yung aking kaibigan, na red pa siya ng Region 6 nung aming inaayos to for potential closure and rehabilitation. Isa sa mga nakasama ko noong mga panahon noon, ngayon po ay acting DNR Secretary Jim Sampulna. At yung aking mga kaibigan sa DNR, alam nyo, lahat po ng opisyalis ng DNR, lahat ng Undersecretary, Assistant Secretary, kilala na po ako niyan. In fact, minsan, nung unang gabi na binuksan po ang Boracay, ginawa ho nila akong stand-up comedy. Pinatawag ho nila ako, nagkumpul-kumpulan sila sa yate, at pinabanggit sa akin lahat ng mga joke ko pag nagmi-meeting kami. Led by June Adobo, Undersecretary. Nandito rin po, babatiin ko yung ating kaibigan, si DOT Undersecretary Chris Morales. Nasa DA pa lang ho, magkakasama na ho kami dyan. And syempre, yung ating Undersecretary and now Deputy State Prosecutor of the Department of Justice, classmate ko po sa Frenetic Leadership, Yusek Meg Castillo. At sa lahat ng ating kababayan at kababayan nandito ngayon, magandang hapon po sa inyo. Nandito pala si Tieza COO, Mark Lapid. And of course, ASEC Daryl Villanueva, kasama po yung kanyang Head Executive Assistant Attorney Mary Luis Reyes. At sa inyo lahat, magandang hapon. I very first remember the day when we had a meeting and I was tasked by the 3 secretaries at that time to lead a technical working group, whether or not there is valid reason to close Boracay. I remember that was around late January to early February of 2018. And at that point in time, after a very long technical working group meeting, we had the final decision that indeed there is reason behind or a justification to close Boracay. And I do remember when I presented to Secretary Wanda Teo at that time, Secretary Roy Simato, and Secretary Ed Anyo, that there are 3 things that needs to be done in Boracay. On the short term, one is to close Boracay temporarily, at least 3 months to a maximum of 6 months. And this, at that time, I even mentioned the fact that for us to make a pure rehabilitation of Boracay without any disturbance is to declare Boracay under a state of emergency, so that we can close Boracay and make the necessary rehabilitation at that time. I remember that nobody really seconded my call for declaring Boracay under state of emergency, state of calamity, due to human-induced disaster. I remember that even when the task force was already created, I still called for the state of calamity of Boracay because I knew that if we close Boracay without that declaration of state calamity, the infrastructure rehabilitation will not come into the picture because of our procurement law, which gives us no much leeway to be able to procure the necessary infrastructure to rehabilitate Boracay. Because when I presented the technical working group before the three secretaries at that time, I mentioned that number one, we must first address the environmental degradation. And it was clear in the studies shown that the fecal coliform in the waters of Boracay was already increasing and has already moved above the standard. Number two, the difference in infrastructure. The road system was not enough. The drainage system was not there. And this is the reason why there was flooding in the island. And number three, looking forward, the impact of closing Boracay will have an impact in the island of Boracay, the people, the Boracaynons. And this is the reason why I had to make a lot of research and found out later on that if we close Boracay and it will have an impact on the earnings of the people, it can be assisted for 3 to 6 months by one, the DOLE, I found out that they have a TUPAD program, the DSWD, that they have a crisis fund for people in crisis, and other agencies. I had to have an answer to all issues in closing the island, not limited to governance, not limited to the local governments. And this is the reason why if I am interviewed by media, I could easily answer any question, including the financing issues, the business issue. But more importantly, sending the message that this is simply short-term. The message to the people that we are closing this because we do not want to benefit from the island on the short term, but making sure that we benefit with the island by preserving its environment for long-term sustainability. Malinaw na malinaw po namin binanggit yan. And with those reasons, nag-agree po yung ating tatlong sekretaryo at that time. It was only about an issue whether or not when it will be closed. And if so, the President will agree and when and how long. Kaya nga po, while we were waiting, I remember Secretary Samatu already started with the cleaning up of the island. Pero nahihirapan sila at that time kasi marami pong tao. Ang dami hong nagsasabi, kalahati, isara natin, kalahati bukas. Hindi po pwede yun. When there is a crisis, to be able to address a crisis, the first thing that we have to do is accept that there is a problem, accept that there is a crisis. If you do not have that kind of a mindset, paano magre-rehabilitate? Paano mo i-address ang problema? I received a lot of criticisms at that time. Hindi ko nga alam kung bakit ako yung ini-interview. Nagtataka rin ako. No? I had a lot of criticisms at that time. But I was clear that the President, of course, Secretary Anyo, my boss, alam talaga nila na kailangan talaga na malinaw ang messaging and that the island needs to heal. Kaya po, nung isinara po, nandito ako nung gabing yon, nakausap ko yung mga tao, marami pong galit sa akin at that time, pero kailangan kong gawin yon. Hindi ko po tiningnan ito dahil sa impact sa media, but because kailangan to ng tao. 3 or 4 days before the closure, hindi nyo rin ito alam, nagkaroon po ng assembleya dito, yung mga NGOs, residents, mga pari at madre. For the whole day, they were criticizing government for the slow pace and most probably unjustifiable potential closure of Boracay at that time, 3 or 4 days before. Tapos dumating kami nung hapon. I think Secretary Harry Roque was there, nagsalita. Ako po yung huling nagsalita. I was very straightforward. Talagang, ewan lang kung nandito kayo nun, talagang pinagalitan ko po ang mga tao. Diniretso ko po, hindi ko pwedeng hindi diretsuhin para iparinig sa kanila, ipaalam sa kanila na kailangan talagang i-rehabilitate ang Boracay. Kung hindi, mamumblema tayo sa kinagal-tagal. Because I saw an article that if Boracay will not be rehabilitated in 10 years' time, it will be one of the worst beach in the world, not longer the top 3. Nagalit ako sa kanila, pinagalitan ko yung mga tao. Sabi ko sa kanila, the failure of Boracay right now, the environmental degradation of Boracay is because of the failure of governance. And we talk about failure of governance. You don't point to government alone. You don't point to the national government agencies. You don't point to the local government officials alone. When we say failure of governance, it is also the failure of the ordinary Filipino, the ordinary Boracaynos, na hindi ninyo sinita, hindi kayo nagsalita na mayroong problema ang isla. There were attempts in the past to rehabilitate Boracay in late 1990s, in the mid of 2005, 2006, hindi nangyari. At talagang pinagalitan ko sa kanila. Yung mga negosyante, sinabihan ko, huwag niyo akong sasabihin na mawawalan kayo ng kita. Dahil ang marami sa inyo, milyon at bilyon na ang kinita sa isla ng Boracay. Huwag niyo akong tatanungin at huwag niyo akong lalaban dahil kinumpute ko ang kita niyo. Dahil ako po'y finance professor sa Ateneo Graduate School of Business. Walang nasabi ang mga negosyante. Kinausap ko rin sila. Sabi ko, nasa na ba yung kita niyo? Yusek, nagastos na po namin. At pagkatapos ko magsalita, dinerecho ko po ang tao, mga residente, mga negosyante. Nung nagtanong, meron ba gustong mag-comment o magsalita? Wala pong nagsalita. Meron lang pong isang nagsalita, tumayo. At sinabi niya, Yusek, actually tama yung sinasabi nyo. At least kaming mga surfers yata, miyembro ng surfers, at least hindi na kami kakabahan na kung kami magsa-surfing at makakainom kami ng tubig, hindi na kami kakabahan na kami mauospital. Meron na pala silang mga instances na mga surfers nila na ospital dahil may naiinom na tubig. These are some of the stories that I'd like to tell you which has significance to what we are doing right now. And I'm very proud that all of us were able to overcome the challenges of rehabilitating Boracay. And it took not only government, but everybody in the island. And I do remember again that morning that I left after the opening of Boracay, I told one of the managers here in one of the hotels that make sure that the environmental degradation in Boracay will not happen again. Involve yourselves, involve the residents. Because you know, this island, despite the fact that it had generated more than $1 billion or 55 billion pesos revenue generated by this island, marami pa ring mahirap. In other words, what I was saying at that time, only the rich became richer, but the poor in the island remained poor. Tapos gusto natin i-rehabilitate yung island para magkaroon ng pagkakataon yung ating mga Boracaynon na hindi kumikita na magkaroon ng pagkakataong kumita. What I'm saying is that tourism is a major industry in our country. In 2019 alone, it generated 2.7 trillion in gross receipts. Overall, 12.7% ang ating ekonomiya, turismo po. By 2030, the target is that the tourism industry will become the #1 contributor of the Philippine economy. Kaya pangalagaan po natin ang ating kalikasan. Palagalaan natin ang Boracay. Nung nag-inspection po kami dito, we found out in the first 1,070 establishment that we've inspected whether they have enough permits and licenses, fire inspection certificates, environmental compliance certificates. Only 38 out of the first 1,070 establishments only had that permits. Only 3.5% of the establishments have permits or valid permits and licenses. Again, failure of governance. So sana po itong mga bagay na ito tandaan natin na wag na pong maulit. Hindi pa po tapos yung ating pag-aayos ng Boracay, and we will be ending the Boracay Interagency Task Force life by the end of this month, June 30. And I'm proud to be part of it. In fact, Secretary Simato, naalala ko, marami kayong inassign na undersecretary na papalit-palit. Yan dyan si Yusek Jun, naula, si Yusek Jonas, si Yusek Ipat, una kong na-encounter din. Ganun din sa Department of Tourism. Well, ako'y proud dahil amongst the original undersecretaries at the time, ako na lang po yung natitira and still standing here. And again, ito ay dahil meron tayong kailangan panindigan. Panindigan natin, alagaan natin ang kalikasan, paglaban natin ang Boracay. To all of us listening here, not limited to the government officials, also to the ordinary Boracaynon, to preserve, protect, and fight for Boracay. Ipaglaban po natin ang Boracay. Dahil dito tayo nabubuhay, dito tayo nakatira, dito rin ang kinabukasan ng turismo dito sa bansang Pilipinas. At para ma-feel po natin, dapat nating protektahan at lumaban para sa Boracay, kailangan tayong mga nakatira dito, tayong mga stakeholders sa island, mga negosyante, we must be one with the island of Boracay. And to be one with the island of Boracay, we have to empathize. Ano ba ibig sabihin ng empathize? Ilagay natin ang ating sapatos sa sapatos ng iba. Ilagay natin ang sarili natin bilang kaisa sa Boracay. So for us to protect, preserve, and fight for Boracay, we must be the Boracay. Ako ang Boracay, ikaw ang Boracay, tayo ang Boracay, tayong lahat na nandito, tayong lahat ang Boracay. Palakpakan po ninyo ang inyong mga sarili. At sabi ni Yusek Jun, kantahan daw ang issue, no? Medyo meron ako naalala lang na kanta. Medyo papalitan ko lang ng konti ng lyrics, no? Medyo kanta to na aktivista. Ewan ko lang alam ni Mayor ito, no? Na dati tayong aktivista. Papalitan ko lang yung mga pananalita. Ang laman po nito ay ang pagiging kasama natin sa pakikipaglaban sa Boracay. Hindi lang tayo magkakaibigan. Hindi lang tayo magkakapatid. Hindi lang kasintahan o kaisang dibdib. Hindi lang siya asawa o inang uliran. Tayo'y magkakasama sa pagpapalaya ng Boracay. Tayo'y magkakasama sa pagpapalaya ng bayan. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Mabuhay po kayo para sa bayan at para sa tunay na pagbabago.
Maraming salamat po, Undersecretary Dancing. Indeed, maganda po yung sinabi niya, tayo ang Boracay. Kaya po kailangan po nating ipaglaban, ipagpatuloy ang mga nasimulan dito po sa Boracay. And to keep Boracay from backsliding after its reopening, the Department of Tourism implemented guidelines for tourism activities and to maintain the island's pristine state. As we have mentioned earlier, the DOT is one of the vice co-chair of the BIATF. It has greatly contributed in ensuring the gains will be sustained and orderliness and cleanliness of the island will be maintained. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us hear more from DOT's Undersecretary Yusek Christopher Morales. A round of applause, please.
Tara na sa Boracay, tara na sa Boracay.
Hello, magandang hapon. Mahirap pala yung nauuna si Yusek Epi. Ano yan si Yusek Epi? Talaga yan. Ilang beses ko nakaasama sa meeting. Very passionate talaga yan pag alam niyang tama yung pinaglalaban niya. So, advice ko, Gob, si Gob, saka Mayor, baka kailangan natin magtayo ng One Boracay party list. Yan ang una nating ano. Kung kay Yusek June, kanina sabi niya, 7 pages yung prepare niya, pero hindi niya babasahin kasi halos nasabi na. Ako, pag hindi ko binasa tong 1 page na na-prepare ng staff ko, baka mamaya 30 minutes nagsasalita pa ako. So, babasahin ko na lang, ano. Anyway, to our VIPs na nandito, of course, kay our chair, si Sec Jim, ang ating iniidolo sa kanyang liderato, si Sec Roy Simatu. Sabi ko kay COO Mark kanina, si Sec Roy, mga 2-3 paligo lang ang lamang sa atin. No? Kasi talagang matikas pa rin hanggang ngayon, ano? And sa kay Gob Miraflores and also kay Mayor Prolibar Bautista, magandang hapon. Sa lahat ng mga executives na nandito, lahat ata ng DNR staff, Sec, nandito Sa Sekiro, nakita ko kanina, nandyan. And kanina si Direk Martin, tuwa ko, pinakilala niya yung mga staff niya, talagang nasa ground north, tumutulong sa atin. Marami nang naikwento sa atin mula pa kaninang hapon, mula sa 2018 hanggang ngayon, natutuwa kami na sa estado ng Boracay noong 2018, bagamat yung ekonomiya ay talagang tumataas, na dumadami ang mga turista, pero yung kanyang environment degradation ay talagang maluba noong panahon 2018. At marami na tayong pinagdaanan. And fast forward to 2022, dumaan na rin yung pandemic. Masaya kami na i-report sa inyo na although mas mababa yung mga arrivals ng tourists, Gov and Mayor, nung panahon ng 2019, sa ngayong buwan ng Hunyo, mula January hanggang June, umaabot na tayo ng 2019, around 1.2 million ata, no? Pero ngayon, umaabot na tayo ng about 65% of that level or mga 740,000. So patuloy pa itong tumataas at patuloy pa rin nagbubukas at nagluluwag tayo sa mga dayuhan, mga foreign tourists. And I hope ma-continue ito sa pagbisita dito sa ating Boracay. The strong leadership and proactive participation of all the task force member agencies and the local government units of Malay and Aklan, along with the relentless cooperation of the local residents and stakeholders of the island, were crucial in the completion of this rehabilitation project. Through all our commitments and dedication, we are now ready and proud to turn over a better Boracay to the incoming administration. We couldn't have done this without everyone's support sa lahat ng ating mga government agencies na nandito. And on behalf of the former Secretary, Tourism Secretary Bernard Romulo Puyat, and the rest of the team of the DOT, maraming salamat po. Alam naman natin na talagang ang pinagmamalaki ng tourist, isa sa pinagmamalaking tourist destination natin sa buong bansa ay ang Boracay. Boracay Island has always been a vital national asset, contributing immensely to the socio-economic growth of the country. The success of the BIATF is a testament that with the cooperation between the national government agencies, local government units, and various stakeholders, we can restore Boracay's biodiversity not only for ourselves, but for our future generations. We have done our part as members of this task force, and I'm proud to see that our efforts have finally taken shape. Moving forward, Boracay's sustainability is also dependent on how the local residents, stakeholders, and tourists comply with the guidelines that we have set. Let us continue working together to ensure that this rehabilitation will be sustained in the long run. It is our hope that we will still be in a position to do more, or that the next management will continue to build on what we have achieved in this project. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Okay, so thank you very much, Undersecretary Morales. Right, gabi na po ano? So magandang gabi sa inyong lahat. Okay pa ba? Okay, it seems na okay pa naman ang lahat, ano? So ladies and gentlemen, the DNR served as the chairperson of the BIATF and led the multi-agency team after receiving the marching orders from President Rodrigo Roa Duterte to rehabilitate Boracay when he tagged as a cesspool. The agency was at the forefront of the rehabilitation to ensure that the gains will be sustained, the programs will be properly implemented, and the guidelines will be enforced. And at this point, let us welcome the man who led the Boracay way back in 2018. Sabi nga kanina, every 2 weeks daw, nandito si Sir. To check. So ladies and gentlemen, tama yun. He was on the ground and acted like a gallant general in battle to rescue and rehabilitate the whole island of Boracay in 2018. He personally supervised and oversaw the entire rehabilitation process until the island was reopened again to welcome back tourists to the new Boracay. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a round of applause to the former DNR Secretary, General Roy A. Simatu.
Tara na sa Boracay, tara na sa Boracay.
Thank you very much. Maraming salamat And good afternoon, or yeah, good afternoon pa, ito. I think the best part of this was hearing the experiences of the ground commanders. And mula nang kanina nag-uusap, nagsasalita sila, ma-recall ko kung what happened to that 6 months or more, pagkatapos yung closure, ay narinig ko yung talagang experiences ng mga ating ground commanders and of course the members of the ATF. And I would like to greet first the local government unit. The governor for the next 13 days pa. And also the mayor. Currently, at saka the next mayor who will be entrusted the responsibility of Boracay. This is a very tall order, Mr. Mayor. I am telling you. Now, what could happen beyond June 30 or July 1st? You will assume the management, the leadership of Boracay. It will be dependent on the new president kung anong gagawin sa Boracay. Either pabayaan lang ikaw, LGU, to manage Boracay. Second, i-extend ang BIATF, from the previous president, i-extend, or hintayin yung bida from Congress. So, tatlong maaring mangyari. But whether kung ano maaring mangyari na yan, you have a tall order. Paano naman kung biglang tataas ang coliform level ng Boracay? Paano naman kung biglang susulpot ang maraming turista na the carrying capacity ay ma-over? Anong gagawin mo? Pangatlo, yung garbage problem. Paano naman kung mag-pile up pa rin dyan? Kasi, si mayor yan Pangapat, yung mga formal settlers din dyan na hindi mayroon mga cases, ay ano maaaring mangyari. So these are the things na talagang pupunta sa balikat mo ito, Mayor. But I know that you have done this before. Lalahanin mo na yung former mayor was relieved because of Boracay. So ito po yung ating maaring mangyari. But the BIATF is ready pa rin kung halimbawa bibigyan uli ng pahintulot na ipagpatuloy with your assistance sa LGU or you manage it, hiramin mo naman ng BIATF na tutulong sa iyo. So these are the things, the options that you can make. But before I go further, meron nga ginawang speech dito, naka-enumerate kung anong sinabi nila, so hindi ko na rin babasahin kasi medyo mahaba na eh. Pero yung Boracay na nandyan, nung matapos ng 6 months, sabi ko kay John Adobo, maglagay ka nga dyan sa harapan. Ayusin mo lang yung kagban, wharf, ayusin mo yan, at saka saraduhan mo yung mga building dyan na dapat wala na yan, then ilagay yung word na Boracay at saka picture of the island of Boracay. Nagbagyo yata, nailipad, nawala, naiwan itong Boracay. Sabi niya, bakit ano ba yan? Sabi niya, sir, di mo ba alam na you are in the center of Boracay? Sabi ko, bakit? Ilinagay ko yan kasi you are in the center of Boracay. Bakit ako maging center of Boracay? Chairman lang naman ako ng BIATF. Tignan mo, sir, yung letters na Boracay. Sa gitna yan ay pinagagitna. RAC. Sabi ko, oo nga no. Bakit Hindi mo naman pwedeng baliktarin yan. Kung ano talaga nandyan yun, RAC. Initial ko pala yan. So sabi ko, yun pala, Center of Boracay. So maraming salamat, John. Kung yun pala ang aking usap-usap. We'd like to greet Jim Sampolna. When we started Boracay, he was the regional director here in Region 6. So he played host for the whole regional directors na pumunta rito. Imagine, all the 13 regions from all over the country came here na tutulong sa pag-ayos ng Boracay. So yung mga taga Mindanao, first time silang makapunta rito sa Luzon, iba, pero nakita rin nila yung ginawa nila, including Luzon, nakapunta sa Boracay. So, very first time nagsama-sama ang regions of DNR as one. So, it was very meaningful na yung mga taga-Region 13, Region 12, Region 11, nakipagkita sa Region 1, Region 2, Region 3. Dito lang sa Boracay nangyari yun. So, magandang nangyari yun. And si Jim Sampolna, naalala ko, we were in a hurry to attend the meeting in Boracay. When we were in Culasi, Antique, kasi nanggaling ako sa San Jose, Antique, nandun kasi yung family ng wife ko. So, sabi ko sa driver, bilisan mo, malilate tayo. Along the way, mayroon isang motorsiklo na may kargang dalawa, yung kanyang asawa at sa isang anak, na biglang nag-U-turn sa gitna ng kalsada, ang bilis-bilis namin. Nakita ko na kung idediretso, ay masagasahan yung tatlo. I'm sure of that na mamamatay yung tatlo. So, ang ginawa ng driver, umiwas, nag-dive kami sa rice land, rice field yun eh. Bumagsak kami doon, buti na lang yung bagong tanim, hindi na kami umalis doon, na kami, bumagsak na lang yon, walang nangyari. So, sumusunod naman si Jim, nakita yung pangyayari, yung mga, may nasugat pa eh, na side sweep yung na bumagsak yung motorsiklo eh. Sabi ko, nako, kung hindi pala, wala palang pilapil dyan, walang rice field, kung halimbawa, kahoy matamaan dyan, dead ball ako dyan. So, I'm reminded of the things that I serve our country. I serve in the military service. I led the fight in the all-out war in Mindanao. I was ambushed. Kamutik rin ako doon. In my second service, as a foreign service, as an ambassador, nagkaroon na naman, kamuntik na naman ako doon. Where when I was in a hotel, sumabog yung lobby, 62 ang patay, buti na lang lumabas ako kasi inimbita ako ng embassy na masarap ang pagkain sa labas. Na-save na naman ako doon. Pero ito, kamuntik dito sa nangyari. So sabi-sabi ko, ano kayang ilalagay sa aking, kung nasa libingan ng bayani ako na nadali? Lalagay doon. Sabi ko, pwedeng ilagay doon. Here lies the man who cleaned Boracay. Ganon siguro ilalagay. Palagay ko, ganon rin siguro ipapalagay ko. Kung anong mangyari, of course, sa libingan ng bayani naman ako, yan. But that will not be taken away from us anymore for those who participated in cleaning this Boracay. Last Sunday, binuksan natin yung Dolomite sa Manila Bay. And sa Manila Bay Rehabilitation, the same what we did here, and that also the reason why the President created another task force instead of Task Force Boracay, nandiyan pa rin naman yung Task Force Boracay, Task Force Manila Bay. Kita naman natin, kita ko nga rito kanina, pag landing ko rito, yung maraming dolomite dito Hindi pala, dolomite, tutuanin na saan ito pala? Saan ng beach of Boracay. Now, when I left 1 month before the closure at the opening of Boracay, I was not yet certain kung baka naman magbukas ito, then all of a sudden, nandyan na naman yung coliform level. So, nagkaroon ako ng emergency, nagtawag ako ng military, natutulong, naka-uniforme sila, naka-combat boots, pero hindi sila nagdala ng rifle, nagdala sila ng pala. Tumulong sila dyan sa 4 kilometers frontage of the island of Boracay. So, yun nga nangyari, na nakita ko yung culprit, yung sinasabi ni kanina, ni Red Villa, na maraming nakita doon na 42 hidden pipes. So, naalaala ko tuloy, dito sa Manila Bay ngayon na problema, mataas ang coliform pa ngayon. So, yung ginawa natin sa Boracay, gusto ko na rin sana ipapagawa uli doon. Regarding, sinabihan ko nga si Jim, na kung tignan nyo, kung pwede nyo, mayroon lumalabas yan na hindi pa natin nakikita. Para naman makapag-swim na yung mga tao dyan sa Manila Bay. Now, yung aking worry, nadaanan namin kanina, dumaan kami dyan sa Balabag, na mayroon ng daanan doon. Maganda na pagkagawa. And 10 buildings na talagang very stubborn na paalis ni Nati. So, meron ng daanan dyan. Marami na rin akong nakita nag-swimming kanina. So, that will probably one of the inputs dito sa review of the carrying capacity of Boracay. Kasi yung carrying capacity, ang formula kasi na ginamit yan, it was the carrying capacity noon kasi, it was studied by the Research Bureau of DNR and also a team coming from the University of the Philippines. They revised the study into what we have now, the carrying capacity of 19,200 something. Now, what if this will be exceeded later? When maraming pupunta rito, then ano natin, ano yung gagawin natin. So, I would like to advise or suggest to make this study immediately. In fact, I heard from my fellow triumvirate, si Secretary Poyat, that she will recommend for the study, for possible restudy of the carrying capacity, so that will probably help the local government in anticipating a sudden increase of tourists for Boracay. And I will give in the formula that they adopted, they computed the area of the swimming area, plus the number of hotels, the number of services that will be, and also the barangay people here. They computed, lumabas, 19,000 at any one time, 200, for the carrying capacity. Meaning, 6,000, more than 6,000 tourists a day of arrivals. Now, in the event that this will be exceeded eventually, then I think a study should be properly made. And I suggest that this should be already recommended. I think one of the last of the BIATF will be still 13 days. And probably you can already make a resolution if you can recommend for the start of a study to find out the real carrying capacity, because we have opened the other side of the island. Because the formula that they used was only the swimming area in the west, in the 4-kilometer front beach. They did not include the other side of Balabag. Now, the Balabag now is open for swimming. And so, if that is the case, there is a possibility, very big possibility, that the carrying capacity will increase. So that will also be a probable way that we can encourage more tourism, because I was told that Korea, there will be the start of the arrivals of Korean tourists in Boracay. That is a very good development. If that happens, then while there is a constant increase in arrivals, then probably ma-exceed yan along the way from now up to December. So this is another tall order, Mr. Mayor, pagdating ng July 1. So I saw that there are several awards here. Makikita nito dyan, ay ito yung mga tumulong sa atin sa dito sa ating Boracay. I am very happy to inform you that everybody now is appreciative of what we have done in Boracay, and also a challenge to the Secretary Jim Sampol, na to make also similar to this success here to the Manila Bay Rehabilitation. So with that, maraming salamat to the Assistant Secretaries, Undersecretaries who are here, and of course the Department of Public Works and Highways. I would like to specifically say this because sila talaga ang nagpaano ng ating kalsada. I remember yung sinasabi ni Yusek Densing that when we close this, nako, ang dami na nagre-reklamo, yung sinasabi niya. Tapos, alam mo, galit na galit sila. But when the equipment of DPWH landed here, and all their equipment parang nag-parade na sila dyan, pinakita yung capabilities ng government, brand new DPWH equipment ang dumaan dyan. Naku, masaya na lalo yung mga tao noon kasi totohanan na ito. Kaya yun ang talagang DPWH, congratulations kay Senator Mark Villar. So with that, maraming salamat for attending this one. Medyo napaano na lang tayo, pero emotional rin kasi ito aking ground commander. Pero JM Despi, alam mo, piling-pili kasi kayo pumunta rito eh. Di pa ninyo napansin? You look around the old ground commander. They are one of the best, or they are the best as regional director. Si Kit Moreno, Region 3. Ganda ginawa mo. Maganda yung shoreline ngayon ng Region 3, Bulacan, Pampanga. Bumaba na yung coliform level dyan. May mga iba, pasado pa ka eh. Of course, there are some rivers pa doon. Yung si Region 5, si Toto Miller. Maraming salamat, pero ikaw pinakamahabang salita kanina. Pero maraming salamat naman na naman. And also to Nati Bernardino. Si Nati, nasaan ka Nati? Si Nati Bernardino, I carefully selected her to become the Biodiversity Management Bureau in charge of protected areas. Because I would like to, I liked then at that time, when I was the secretary, that the protected area, the protection of the protected area should be implemented properly. And so I tap her because she is the Iron Lady. Sabi ka nila, Iron Lady. And of course, hinanap ko rin yung sino papalit sa kanya, si JM Despi. He is the loss of the ILG was a gain of DNR. So, manang-mana kay Yusek Densing yung magaling yan magsalita rin. Pero ikaw ang best speaker kanina. Ikaw talaga. Pero I would like to support that suggestion from the Yusek Tourism that you can be a candidate for party list if ever there will still be party list. Magaling yung mga ano mo. So with that, maraming salamat. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat po. DNR former Secretary Roy A. Simatu. On behalf of the Filipino people, sir, isang taos-pusong pasasalamat po. Isang taos-pusong pasasalamat sa pamumuno sa rehabilitasyon ng Boracay Island. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And now, as the BIATF has completed its mandate and the tasks of the BIATF have been fulfilled, alam ko po, nagtatanong ang bawat isa sa inyo, ngayong, yun nga po, fulfilled na yung task ng BIATF. What comes next? Ano nang susunod? Now, let us hear the speech of the DNR Acting Secretary, ang tao, ang kalihim na nagtuloy na magandang nasimulan po ng ating former DNR Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, may I call on DNR Acting Secretary Jim O. Sample na.
Tara na sa Boracay, tara na sa Boracay. Welcome to the island the whole world talks about, where the fun and adventure never run out.
I would like first to pay courtesies to my former boss, Secretary Roy Isimato. Problema ko kung paano ko gayahin siya. That's my big problem right now. It's not my work, but paano ko siya gayahin, yun ang problema ko. Si Governor Florencio Miraflores. Alam mo, may istorya kami kay Governor Miraflores. He came to my office, may problema siya. When he was running, magtatakbo sana ng congressman. I asked him, nandun siya. I asked him, Gov, I will help your problem. I will solve your problem, provided you stay as governor. Kasi alam ko na the solution of Boracay is also Governor Miraflores. My courtesies to the elected Mayor Floribar Bautista. Accordingly, kauban ako na Bisaya gyapon. Tinuod ba? Yusek Dinsing. Alam mo, we had history with Yusek Dinsing. When he was still an ASEC, ako yung inabutan niya rito. Sabi ko, sige, matapagan ko ngayon, kasama ko DLG. Yan. Meron kaming history yan. Noong malapit naming ibain yung building doon na puti, doon sa gilid ng mountain, sabi ko, bakit problema nyo? Bigyan mo ko ng 4 kako na C4. Kaya bumbayin ka yan. Hindi ako binigyan niya yung sekretarya nyo. Kung binigyan niya ako, bubumbayin ko talaga. Of course, si Roberto Bernardo was very helpful in our road construction, lahat ng infrastructure. He is in the middle of it. Kasama niya dito yung bata niya dito na yung assistant director ng, ngayon he's already an ARD. Kasama niya doon. Sir Christopher Morales of the DOT. Of course, Mark Lapid, the CEO of TESA, ASEC Antonio Molano, General Brian Villanueva, kay Digong pa ito, sabi niya, ang dami ninyo eh. Baka maubos na, but anyway, tatapusin ko to. DOJ ASEC Margarita Castillo. Maayong gabi sa inyong tanan. Well, we came here in full force to support the turnover. And this turnover means our responsibility will be turned over to the local government unit. Para bang yung anak namin na babae, sir, ipagkakatiwala namin sa iyo na dapat alagaan mo ng katulad ng pag-alaga namin sa anak namin na babae na yon. So, here we are now turning over to you the Boracay. EO 53 created BITF, but it only lasted up to May 2020. EO 115 extended the life of the IATF. It only lasted up to May 8, 2021. But in May 8, EO 147, which will last up to June 30, this reason why we are turning over Boracay to the local government unit. And the challenge here, sir, is how you can maintain the cleanliness, sanitation, and everything of, including the discipline of the people here. Huwag kayong mag-alala. The EITF will be there to assist you. But we will no longer be in the front line, kundi kayo na po ang nasa front line ngayon. But look, as I've told you, I will be establishing an office of the EMB here to make sure that yung what do you call, yung cleanliness of our water will be maintained. In fact, I was told by the director of the EMB that he is going to establish a real-time monitoring system first here in the 4 kilometers White Beach. So, ibig sabihin nun, hindi na nila kailangan magpunta roon, magpabilad, magpabaho kamay doon, dahil meron na tayong monitoring system like that it's established in Manila Bay. Na nandun ka sa opisina, na monitor mo yung nangyayari. Hindi mo na kailangan magpunta doon dahil namomonitor. If you will see the monitoring system of EMB, magugulat po kayo. Pati ako nagulat, sir. Pinakita sa akin, pinagyabang nila sa akin, nagulat ako. That all, yung sa buong island, pati Boracay, but the problem of Boracay is wala pa tayong monitoring system doon sa water quality niya. With that, siguro 4 na monitoring system mo na ilagay nila dahil mukhang mahal ata. Mahal. But by 2023, dadagdagan po natin yan para mapalibot na ang buong Boracay. Malaman natin yung water quality niya without coming here. So pag na-monitor natin, papadala naman kami ng tao dito. But then again, meron ho tayong i-establish na opisina. Pinapapirma nga ako ni director kayo ng MOA. Sabi ko, teka muna, tapusin mo natin itong turnover. So again, wag ho kayo mag-alala. Tutulungan po namin kayo mag-nurture ng anak namin na babae. It will not be complete turnover, but siguro ang term ko dyan is cooperation with local government unit and the national line agencies. However, kayo ang front line na ngayon, hindi na kami. I will not make my speech long because everything has been said by the former speaker, but you are forgetting that before this area was declared as peaceful by the President, ako yung lone wolf dito nagtatrabaho noon. Alam niyo, ang sabi sa akin, it's not the Mayor Bautista, but the other local government unit. Papaalam po kami, magkakanda kami ng inventory. Sabi niya sa amin, sigurado ka lang na meron kang bulletproof vest. Tinatakot kami, Permi, hindi kami makapasok dito. Sabi ko, puntahan natin si Governor, kasi tutulungan natin ni Governor, nakatulong naman si Governor. We were able to inventory all the settlers here. before it was declared cesspool by the President. When it was declared cesspool by the President, ang pinakamalaking tuwa ko ay nangyari. Sa lahat ninyo, ako yung natuwa sa inyo lahat. Dahil ang problema ko ay magiging problema ng sekretary ko. So, alam ko mangyari. So, yung nag-isa ako nagtatrabaho dito, kasama ko lang ang Pedro at saka Senro. Ngayon, interagency na ang magtrabaho dito. That's why this thing happens. Ang cesspool ay naging very clean. Pasasalamatan ko rin dito yung ating mga wetland adapters. Kasi nakakalimutan nyo kanina. We have wetland number 2, which is adopted by Energy Development Corporation. Wetland number 4, ito yung kinatitirikan natin ngayon, is adopted by British Equity and Ventures Incorporated. Ito before, sabi nga nila this is not a wetland but wasteland. Ang term namin, wasteland. Boracay Tubig System Incorporated adopted wetland number 6. Wetland number 8, yung maraming tao doon, sir, is adopted by JG Summit Petrochemical Corporation. Another big adapter natin, nag-adapt ng wetland number 3, hindi lang po wetland number 3 ang in-adapt niya, kundi lahat ng activity namin dito, siya nagpapakain sa amin noon. Itong si San Miguel Corporation, headed by Ms. Darabon Ang. I have said many things, you have said many things which are all true. Hindi ko na po dagdagan kasi gabi na. Magpapasalamat lang ako sa ating mahal na Secretary Simato. Kung walang Secretary Simato, siguro walang malinis na Boracay ngayon. Dapat nga, bigyan ko ng hero status. Hero status of Boracay and Manila Bay. Marami pong salamat, Secretary Simato. Ito, ang binigay mo sa akin, tinurn over mo sa akin ay maganda. Ako ngayon nagkakamit ng lahat ng ginawa mo. So, ako ngayon but the accolades should be given to Secretary Simato and the member of the AITF. Maraming salamat and magandang gabi ulit sa inyo.
All right, thank you very much, Acting Secretary Jim O. Sampulna. Okay, indeed, we all hope that the restoration of Boracay will continue for the benefit of the future generations. We are thankful because the rehabilitation will serve as a great example for future rehabilitation projects as it now serves as a template for sustainable tourism. So with that, we'd like to request the Honorable Secretary to please be on stage for the handing over of the Boracay Coffee Table Book. And I'd like to request the Honorable Governor Florencio T. Miraflores, sir, to please be on stage for the handing over of the Coffee Table Book.
With a natural high. When in Boracay, you never say goodbye. Hanip sa saya sa Boracay, sumayaw kumaway sabay-sabay Boracay.
All right, why don't we give them a round of applause? Okay, thank you very much. And now let us hear the acceptance speech of none other than the Governor of Aklan, sir.
Thank you very much. After hearing all the messages from all the dignitaries here, let me just focus my speech to say thank you to all of you who made this possible. To Secretary Roy Simato, our deepest thanks for all the work that you have done for the province of Aklan. Many of you may not have known this, but when I was then a young mayor of Ibahay, and then Colonel Semato was assigned in Aklan as the battalion commander of the 6th Infantry Battalion, we were together in turning the tide against the insurgency here in the province of Aklan. At that time, in the late 1980s, Aklan was then a hotbed of insurgency in the whole Region 6. And as you know, nobody would want to go to Boracay if you get ambushed coming from Galibo going to Boracay. And that was the time when the insurgency level of Aklan was at its highest, and when then Colonel Roy Simato came, we were able to work together. And that was the turning point, sir, of our fight against insurgency. And that paved the way for the development of the island of Boracay when we established the peace and order of the province. And so when the announcement came from the President that there will be a rehabilitation of the island of Boracay and eventually the closure, and when I knew that it was Secretary Roy Simato who will be leading this program, this project, I went to him and said, Secretary Roy, this will be the second event that you will be helping the province of Aklan, restoring the island of Boracay to what it was before. So two things, Secretary. Thank you for the insurgency solution, and of course for Boracay, which has been a great job for all of us here, of course, with you at the forefront. And so today is a culminating activity for the BIATF mandate. And it's true that when I saw it was a culminating activity, it will be also a culminating activity for me as your governor of the province of Aklan, because I will be retiring also by June 30. But I would like to assure the BIATF, to all of the dignitaries here, to Yusek Densing, to Yusek Adobo, to my good friend, Acting Secretary Jim, to all of you who are part of the BIATF, to Yusek Bernardo, to my good friend, COO Mark Lapid. Hindi kita napansin kanina, Mark. That all the work you have done here in the island of Boracay, we will continue to preserve it. I would like to assure you that together with Mayor-elect Promi Bautista, we accept also, Secretary Roy, the challenge. The challenge is how to be able to sustain the gains of the island, and we will assure you that as a senior advisor to the governor-elect, Governor-elect Joanne Miraflores, the continuity of our programs will be made sure in the coming years to come. I know that it is a big challenge, and I'm happy that Secretary Roy has also realized the pressures of tourism. I'm glad that you mentioned about the study on the new carrying capacity, because the pressure is getting bigger. We are now reaching pre-pandemic level and pre-closure level of the arrivals here in Aklan, in Boracay. And this mainly consists of domestic tourism. And tomorrow, the first batch of Korean guests will be coming. And I'm sure that in the next few months, the Korean market will eventually open. And so we must be able to carry out a study again And the good mayor here, I was talking to him already, and he was the one who suggested that before that study comes out of the new carrying capacity, he will also issue a moratorium on new buildings for the island of Boracay for 6 months. So that in the next 6 months, while we do the study, there will be new building permits issued by the local government of Malay. So let us give our hands of applause to Mayor Promi here, who is very, very active and supportive of all the programs of the island of Boracay. And also, there are still some projects that we have to continue. I just talked with Yusek Bernardo here, and we were talking about our promise to make a tourism market for the island of Boracay so that those vendors, masseurs, hair braiders will have a place to stay in the new tourism market. We also have to finish our drainage system. And I'm happy that GM Mark, you are here so that we can complete the Tiesa project. And I'd like to thank you for all the support that you have given to the island of Boracay even before the closure. Tiesa has always been there to support our programs here in Aklan. And so again, my thanks to everyone. Secretary Roy, Aklan will never forget you. Ang gusto ko rin idagdag doon, sir, sa sabi mo na ikaw yung naglinis ng Boracay. And idagdag mo na lang, the favorite son of Aklan. Kasi malaki talaga ang tulong ng Secretary Roy sa Aklan. And we hope that in our retirement, Secretary Roy, we'll still be seeing each other. I will be the senior advisor to my son, and you will be the senior advisor to whoever is the Secretary of the DNR to continue our work together. We'll always be welcome here in Aklan and in the island of Boracay. And we hope to continue with all the work together with the BATF family. Maraming salamat sa mga ground commanders, kay Red Milia, kay Kit, kay GM Nati. You know, sinabi kanina ni Red Milia that the province of Aklan was in the forefront of the demolition teams, also mentioned by GM Nati. Do you know that what happened after leading this demolition team? I lost heavily here in the island of Boracay. Muntik pa akong natalo sa province of Aklan. But I'm happy that in this last election, bumawi yung isla ng Boracay. My son here won heavily, and that I attribute this that the people of Malay and the island of Boracay appreciated also my work in rehabilitating the island of Boracay. So to everyone, thank you to everyone who has been a part of this rehabilitation. The people of Aklan expresses our thanks, heartfelt thanks to all of you. And you will always be welcome here in Aklan and in the island of Boracay. Thank you very much and good evening.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Governor Miraflores. And now, let us hear from Mayor-elect Prolibar A. Bautista of the Municipality of Malay.
Tara na sa Boracay, tara na sa Boracay.
Thank you, Joyce. Well, as mentioned kanina nga, na-mention na na lahat ng mga dignitaries, but I think just give me a privilege in mentioning again their names, no? Kasi it's one way of acknowledging, at kasama na yung pagpasalamat, no? Sa mga tao na really did their best to make Boracay as better than ever. Palakpakan muna natin sila. Claro. Well, to the DNR Secretary, Jim Salpona,
Yes, the DO Secretary Bernadette Romulo Puyat, wala sa rito. The former Secretary of DNR, Royce Mato, the chairman of the task force. Malakas na mapalakpak yan. DLG Secretary Eduardo Anyo, DILG Yusik Dinsing, Yusik Ernesto Adubo, Yusik Roberto Bernardo of DPWH, Yusik Christopher Morales of Department of Tourism, to Yusik Margarita Castillo Padilla from Department of Justice, ma'am. TISA COO, Sir Mark Lapid. The Director, Natividad Bernardino, the Iron Lady of Boracay. Director Martino C. Dispi. Our SB members, the Vice Mayor, I think Nino Kawaling is present. SB members, Ralph Tolosa. Of course, the private sectors, the BFI, the BCI, and the CAB. Palakpakan natin sila. The barangay officials of these three barangays, the Balabag, Manok-Manok, and Yapak. Of course, the Boracay Nuns. And sa lahat-lahat ng mga bisita ngayon, nandito ngayong gabi. Magandang gabi sa inyo. Good evening. Yes, sabi ni kanina ni Gob, natalo siya ng malaki in Boracay during the election dahil nga sa rehabilitation. Maraming ginawang building. At dahil nga sa palaging love letter ni Yusik Dinsing sa akin through Director Natividad Nati, kako ma'am, dahan-dahan naman dyan. Eleksyon naman ngayon, no? Ang totoo, natalo din ako sa Boracay. Yes, I lost 200 plus, 264 I think. But I am very happy na the mainland really supported me. So they are really convinced na ako daw ang mag-handle ng Boracay. So sana next election, maybe they are still not convinced na same as what the governor said, that after the 2019 election and bumaliktad, maybe they convinced already na maganda palang ginawa ni Gob, and hoping by next time may election, baka bumaliktad din. No? So, I branded kasi ako dito na very strict eh. So, yung pala tama, sabi sa akin, kung stricto ka, delikado, matalo ka. But what I really did is, for Boracay lang naman yun eh. Diba? And alam naman natin, we are talking of long term. The sustainability of tourism the island, at the same time, the environment ng isla ay dapat i-maintain talaga for the next generation. So yung sabi ko, bahala na ako, matalo. But I really did my best. I have to do it. Alang-alang lang sa mga kabataan, sa mga darating pang henerasyon sa islang ito. Well, I have a short speech dito. Ito ang the shortest speech siguro na ginawa ng kandidato. I have to read this. So the local government unit of Malay has been in working relationship with the BRMG and the BIETF since 2018. And through our unity, we were able to create things that benefit not only the preservation of the island, but the people in it as well. On behalf of the people of Malay and Boracay, of course, at this local government unit, we will truly grateful from the programs that the BIRMG and BIETF, along with its partner agencies that were implemented specifically for Boracay Island. For the people of Malay, we accept the turnover of these programs and commit our responsibility that we will see it, that it is maintained and will continue to serve its purpose for the people of Malay. So yun lang, mabuhay ang Boracay! One more time, mabuhay ang Boracay! So thank you very much and good evening.
Thank you po. Thank you, Mayor-elect Bautista. Alright, Carl. Excited ako sa next part. part ng program na to. Because of course, when we talk about rehabilitation, hindi lang about yung mga beaches ng Boracay, hindi lang about yung mga roads ng Boracay. Ngayon naman, pag-uusapan natin ang tungkol sa isa sa mga hindi siya masyadong famous na ecosystem dito sa Boracay, but it is equally important. Actually, di ba sa interview kanina, sa video interview kanina ni Ma'am Nati, na-mention nga niya na wasteland pa nga minsan yung tawag dito.
So anong pinag-uusapan natin dito, Joyce? We're talking about wetlands. All right. So tama ka dyan, ano? Joyce, recovering the wetlands is really important because they are dubbed as kidneys of the earth since they contribute in the filtration of water through its vegetation and substrate.
You're right, Carl. In fact, the island of Boracay has 9 priority wetlands composed of marshes, swamps, ponds, and lagoons. These wetlands act as sponges or catchment that help alleviate flooding during typhoons at saka sa mga monsoon rains din. Nonetheless, these wetlands are really important in maintaining the ecological integrity of the island. Diba, na-mention ko nga kanina, hindi siya masyadong famous pero importante ang mga wetlands natin. Kaya dapat makilala din siya ng mga turista dito sa Boracay. And that is why Adopt a Wetland program was introduced. The Adopt a Wetland program is one component of the Boracay Rehabilitation Action Plan that endeavors to rehabilitate and restore the island's wetlands through partnerships with private companies pertinent to their corporate social responsibility or CSR initiatives.
Yes, Joyce. Ano, ito nga ang kinalalagyan natin ngayon, di ba? We are in front of a wetland. Ito yung wetland number 4 natin, ano? So these partnerships are really strategic and win-win for both the public and our partner private companies. That is why we're grateful for the partnership between DNR and Aboitiz Group na nandoon. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. And in support of the national government's efforts to rehabilitate Boracay Island, Aboitiz Equity Ventures and Aboitiz Foundation adopted Boracay Wetland number 4 way back in 2018 in order to provide assistance in the wetland restoration and protection mechanisms through an appropriate conservation approach based on the wetland's purpose and current state.
Wetland number 4 is considered as a permanent freshwater swamp or pond. And the goal for wetland number 4's rehabilitation is to develop the area into an urban linear park. Nakikita nyo naman po siya ngayon sa kanyang current state to serve as the center of the wetland ecotourism circuit of Boracay.
We've been talking a lot about wetland number 4, ano? Pero yung wetland number 4 na yan is finally over or will be finally over. Bakit? Basically because wetland number 4 is now known as Balabag Wetland Park. And ladies and gentlemen, this wetland number 4 or Balabag Wetland Park will be officially turned over by Aboitiz Group to DNR Region 6. But before that, let us all watch the audiovisual presentation of Balabag Wetland Park's milestones and accomplishments.
Okay, so while we wait for the video presentation of wetland number 4 or Balabag Wetland Park, okay, so iulitin po namin, no? So this wetland has been developed into an urban linear park, so which means ma-enjoy na din siya soon ng ating mga tourists, di ba? Coming from the mall or coming from the different parts of the island, kapag gusto nyo mag-chillax, wetlands naman.
Yes.
So kapag, di ba, after the sunset, pwede kayong mag-chill dito sa wetland number 4. And also, meron din tayo, medyo dulo siyang part sa may barangay Balabag? Balabog, sorry. Wetland number 2 naman, or the Boracay Wetland Conservation Park. So Arboretum naman siya.
So in total, Joyce, how many wetlands do we have here?
So, meron tayo ditong 9 wetlands. So, 2 doon ay nakikita naman natin na magiging part na siya ng, kumbaga, ng ecotourism ng Boracay. So are we ready? Okay, so
Alright.
now we are ready to watch the audiovisual presentation of Balabag Wetland Park's milestones and accomplishments. Thank you very much, Aboitis Group. Thank you for helping the DNR rehabilitate Wetland Number 4, now known as Balabag Wetland Park. And now let us hear the turnover speech of Mr. Sabine M. Aboitis, President and CEO of Aboitis Group, to be read by Mr. Christopher M. Camba, First Vice President for Corporate External Relations, Aboitis Equity Ventures Incorporated.
Thank you, Joyce and Carl. To Secretary Jim, sir, Secretary Roy, Yusek Jun, Yusek Epi, sir, Tokayo, Yusek Chris, to Yusek Bernardo, to Gov Joben, Mayor Bautista, and to Yusek Padilla, and everyone else. Maayong gabi, kanatong tanan. Maayong gabi. Indulge me as I read to you the message of our group CEO and President, Mr. Sabine Aboitis, who couldn't join us today or tonight because of prior commitments. The Aboitis Group and the Department of Environment and Natural Resources have always been strong partners, as the preservation of the environment is one of the long-standing advocacies of our company. Back in 2018, we came to Boracay and took a look at the Balabag Wetland and decided that we needed to help rehabilitate by deploying nature-based solutions in creating a clean and functional public space where we are tonight. So the rehabilitation and development of Balabag Wetland Park began originally as a 3-year project that became a 4-year project that endeavored to convert the area into a linear urban park with a plaza that also serves as a community center for community activities. During these 3 years or 4 years, endemic trees and plants were planted along the lagoon's perimeter boardwalk to help rebuild the island's biodiversity. Primarily, the Balabag Wetland Park is a recreational space using low-impact ecotourism design. It is also an educational space that generates awareness of the importance of wetlands. But most importantly, it is an experiential space that provides opportunities for collaboration and partnerships among local community, students, and even tourists to participate in cleanup, maintenance, and protection activities. An important component of this project is providing proper education for the immediate community on the protection, conservation, enhancement, and rehabilitation of Boracay's natural ecosystems. The Aboitis Group contribution to Boracay's rehabilitation is part of our commitment to co-create safe, empowered, and sustainable communities. as sustainability is a major part of our great transformation into the Philippines' first tech conglomerate. We will continue to do our part to uplift and bring focus on environmentally and socially impactful initiatives for all our stakeholders. The completion of the plaza caps Balabag Wetland Park's development phase and makes the site an even more viable attraction for tourists and locals to enjoy. And on behalf of the Aboitiz Group and our CEO, Mr. Sabino Aboitiz, I would like to express our deepest gratitude also to the Department of Tourism and to TIEZA, with CEO Mark here, for extending their support in the construction of the plaza and DPWH for executing the plan. The plaza is a key feature of the area that showcases and provides view access to the entire wetland lagoon. Aerators have been installed to maintain water quality. There is an activity area for community events. Pavers and native plant species also make up the perimeter landscaping, and a parking area has been allocated to safely load and unload visitors to the area. We look forward to more green projects here in Boracay and continuing our efforts to help sustain the environment and biodiversity of what is truly one of the most beautiful islands in the world. And on a personal note, I'd like to take this opportunity also to thank Sec Roy Simato. Sir, I joined you 2 weeks after the closure here in the island. It was then when we got the chance to see for the first time this area, the wetland. I was accompanied by, I'm sure Asek Marshall can remember, Red Toto and Yusek Mitch. And GM Nati was right. It was a wasteland, no, not a wetland. It was muddy, smelly, and full of garbage. And I joined you also, Sec, in the many visits thereafter, leading to the soft opening, to the grand reopening, and to now. And I see firsthand, you in action. And I admire the kind of leadership that you've showed not just your DNR people, but also to the rest of us. And together with Sec Jim, with Sec Berna, Sec Mark, Sec Anyo, you all brought us here to where we are today. And you all led us to deliver the new and better Boracay. An island that is clean, vibrant, and healthy, that we can all be truly proud of. And we're happy to be part of the rehabilitation efforts. Thank you, Sec. And also, we would like to acknowledge also the support of some people whom we had the opportunity to deal with the last 4 years. Yusek June, Yusek Mitch, Asek Marshall, Asek JL, Red Toto, Red Kit, GM Nati, or Director Nati, no, and GM Martin, Director Al of DNR, ARD Al of DPWH, from BMB, Arjun, Rachel, and even Director Krishma, who is now with DOT, no, Joanette, Senro Rodel, and everyone else, thank you once again. Mayong gabi.
All right, so thank you very much, Mr. Christopher M. Camba, the first Vice President for Corporate External Relations of Aboitiz Equity Ventures Incorporated. Maraming salamat po, sir. And please, again, would like to request Mr. Camba to please stay on stage. And of course, would like to request the rest of the Aboitiz group, ma'ams, sirs, to join us here on stage. And now I would like to request here on stage DNR Regional Executive Director Livino Duran, sir, for the symbolic passing of the key of responsibility.
Feast all your senses, so much to do and see. Like a paradise with a natural high. When in Boracay, you never say goodbye. Kahit sa saya sa Boracay, sumayaw kumaway sabay-sabay Boracay.
Mr. Christopher Camba will hand over the symbolic key of responsibility for Balabag Wetland Park on behalf of Aboitiz Group. As the management of Balabag Wetland Park is turned over to the DENR, The DNR commits to sustain what the Aboitiz Group has started, which will help advance the conservation and protection of Boracay wetlands through increased awareness and appreciation. So maraming salamat po muli sa Aboitiz Group. Let us now hear the acceptance speech of DNR 6 Regional Executive Director Livino Duran.
Yeah, thank you very much. Of course, our appreciation to the Aboitiz Equity and Ventures Incorporated for taking first the responsibility to rehabilitate Wetland number 4. Wetland number 4 is identical to Timberland Block F, meaning the area is a forest land, is a government land. This land belongs to the Republic of the Philippines, belongs to the state. Thank you, Aboitiz, for making Wetland or Wasteland number 4 now a very impressive wetland for the Boracaynons, for the visiting tourists to Boracay Island. We would like to assure you that DENR Region 6, as the representative of our Department of Environmental and Natural Resources, will sustain the gains of your rehabilitation. But we would like also to share the responsibility to the Honorable Mayor of Malay, Aklan, the responsibility to ensure the protection and the conservation of these wetland areas will be our shared responsibility. And that, by doing so, sabi ko, Mayor, we will take the challenge to make wetland number 4 swimmable in 2030. And that is the challenge for wetland. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Aboitiz. Thank you very much, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just witnessed a momentous event for Balabag Wetland Park. On behalf of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, we sincerely thank everyone who has been part of this collective action to restore the wetland ecosystems of Boracay.
All right, and the next part of the program is also momentous because we will witness the MOA signing of the road network from the DPWH to the province of Aklan. May I call DPWH Undersecretary Roberto Bernardo and other DPWH officials, together with Aklan Governor Florencio Miraflores, for the ceremonial signing of the Boracay Road Network.
Tara na sa Boracay, tara na sa Boracay. Welcome to the island the whole world talks about, where the fun and adventure never run out. All your worries, leave them behind. Here in Boracay, we'll have a great time. Be stunned by the white sand and the crystal blue sea. Feast all your senses, so much to do and see. Like a paradise.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are now witnessing the ceremonial signing of the Memorandum of Agreement between the DPWH and, of course, the province of Aklan. So we know that roads are among the most important public assets of the government. And in essence, without road links and access networks to area development, it is impossible to put social and economic progress in place. That is why road concerns is vital in every development plan.
Beautiful island
right, so once again, a round of applause to DPWH Undersecretary Roberto Bernardo and together with other officials of the DPWH and Aklan Governor Florencio Miraflores.
Raise your hands in the air. Raise your hands in the air and say Boracay. The happiest island in the world. Happy, 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 Boracay. The happiest island in the world. From all over the world.
Road rehabilitation and road widening project is a top priority in Boracay rehabilitation. That is why we recognize the DPWH's efforts in rehabilitating roads of Boracay. And now, the residents and tourists can enjoy wider roads and sidewalks. Now, to deliver that message, may we call on Undersecretary Roberto Bernardo on stage for your speech.
Raise your hands in the air. Raise your hands in the air and say Boracay. The happiest island in the world. Happy, 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 Boracay.
Good evening po sa inyong lahat. Akala ko tapos na. Well, alam niyo po kaming mga taga-DPWH, hindi po kami talaga marunong, hindi kami pangkandidato, natatalo kami sa election. Pero ngayon po, maraming nanalo taga-DPWH. May mga naging congressman. Well, maalala ko lang po, nung mga nakaraang panahon, yun nga, nung sinimula namin ang rehabilitation ng Boracay, kami man po mismo ay nasiraan ng loob nung una. Kasi mapakabigat po ng dalahin na binigay sa amin. Challenge po kami ni Secretary Simato noon na madadala daw ba namin yung equipment namin dito ng ganung kabilis. And I committed to the Honorable Secretary then, we can bring the equipment po during the time, within 24 hours. Ginawa po namin yun. Ginawa po namin for Secretary Simato's commitment. Dito po. Nakita po niya na mga bagong equipment ang aming dinala dito. Para pong nagkaroon ng Armageddon dito. Nagdilim po yung sa dami ng equipment. Pati po tao namin na 200 tao. Lahat pong iyon ay dineploy po namin. Tumulong po kami dito. Ano man pong aktibidades with the governor, tayo pong lahat po ng agency, nagkaisa-isa. At awa naman po ng Diyos, after 6 months po, ay napakalaking accomplishments ang nagawa po natin. Ang tawag po namin doon kasi, hindi naman kasi, kumbaga we were given the authority because nagkaroon po ng, kumbaga state of calamity. So, ang pinakamaganda pong nangyari doon, wala pong bidding na problema. Puro po negotiated lang ang ginawa namin. So, ganun po, na-implement po namin. And so happened na meron po kaming bahay na pondo dito during that time. We have 50 million po yata before the closure. So, yun po'y ginamit namin bilang bahay ng aming pondo. And then the Secretary of Public Works, Senator Mark Villar, he was our secretary, nakapag-release po ng 500 milyon kaagad. So, nagawa po namin ang pondo na yon, ninegotiate lang po namin. At after 6 months po, hindi po namin talaga natapos yung first phase. Pero mga 90% po ang natapos po namin. Kasi po, parang martial law po yata nun dito Wala pong tao dito. Kami lang po ang nandirito. So, malaya po kaming nakapagtatrabaho. But nung after 6 months po, medyo nagkaroon na ng konting luwag, medyo humirap na namang magpa-implement ng proyekto, but still, ngayon po, mga 12 kilometro na po ng roads namin ang natapos po namin dito. So, hindi po kami titigil. Meron pa po kaming mga maliliit na feeder roads, kahit po yung mga drainage systems natin, at nagpapasalamat po kami sa TIESA. Kahit nga po pondo ng TIESA ay itinulong sa amin at dinownload nila dito para po magkaroon po ng talagang magandang mga proyekto dito. If I can recall, kulang po 200 milyon yata yung na-release ni COO Mark Lapid dito po sa Boracay. Sila po yung huling nag-release dito. And still, DPWH po can commit na for future projects po, magre-release pa po kami para po lahat ng road network dito ay makongkreto at maging functional po. Lahat po ng drainage system, madala po natin kasi medyo mababa po ang elevation nung nandun sa may dulo, sa may dagat dyan. So ang gagawin po namin, meron po kaming collective drainage system. Later on, we can pump that to the main drainage system. gagawin po namin yon para po talagang mag-zero flooding na ang Boracay. So yun lamang po, commitment po namin ng DPWH. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat at magandang gabi po.
All right, so thank you very much, Undersecretary Bernardo. The DPWH projects in Boracay are truly beneficial not only for the rehabilitation but also for the sustainability of the island. Let us watch the highlights of the Department of Public Works and Highways accomplishments through this video.
Located at the northern tip of Panay, Boracay Island has always been one of the favorite beach destinations in the Philippines. Because of its crystal clear waters, white sandy beaches, stunning sunset, and a lot more. Boracay Island has a total land area of 1,002 hectares. It is composed of 3 communities, namely Yapak in the northern part, Balabag in the middle, Manok-Manok in the southern part. Last April 26, 2018, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte ordered for the 6-month closure and rehabilitation of Boracay Island.
I will close Boracay. Boracay is a cesspool. Is destroying the environment of the Republic of the Philippines and creating a disaster coming.
Government agencies joined forces and formed the Boracay Interagency Task Force to rehabilitate the island. The Department of Public Works and Highways initiated the rehabilitation of Boracay Circumferential Road from Manok-Manok to Yapak and was given a month to complete its clearing operations.
And as you can see here, kasama sa project namin ito yung kukumpletuhin namin yung Boracay Circumferential Road. You can see there, may mga workers na nag-clearing na sila.
More than 500 structures along the main road were affected by the road widening. with most residential and business owners who opted to demolish portions of their properties encroaching at a 12-meter road easement. The initial plan for the new road includes the 6.10-meter carriageway, space for sidewalk, pedestrian lanes, and drainage and sewerage system. The project covers 5.26 kilometers up to Barangay Yapa, is one of the key features of the 6-month rehabilitation of the island, which began on April 26, 2018, when the island was closed down to tourists. The starting point of the project is from Cagban Port to Barangay Balabag, with the total length of the ongoing road project of 4.11 kilometers, divided in 2 sections, from Cagban Port to U Hotel, and from U Hotel to Mount Luo. Several factors were needed to be considered, such as whole roads, which cannot be fully closed due to vehicular traffic, demolition of remaining structures which greatly affected drainage and pipe laying activities, and the unfavorable weather condition in which 60% of the contract time was raining. Despite the challenges, DPWH was able to fast-track the rehabilitation of Boracay in time for its reopening last October 26, 2018. Boracay is dubbed as one of the most challenging and hardest projects that DPWH has handled. Yet, the completion of the first phase of the project is a testament that it is possible to do what is impossible if we work together in an environment of trust, respect, cooperation, and communication. We commend our people, especially our unsung heroes, known as the Orange Boys, who worked tirelessly, who sacrificed their family time, and who defied the scorching heat and heavy rains just to meet the project work schedule.
Una, nabudlayan kami dahil abo nga luwak-lubak, abo nga mga buho.
Saka traffic, nag-adaptas kami sa makipot na dalan. Malista din kami na magpadalagan sa medyo madasig-dasig kag sa mga tao nga galakat sa kilid sa kasada.
Sa guest na naman namon de, abudlay sila magkadto, alin sa diwal pakadto de.
Then, tunguna, binabaha yung mga kali natin dito sa isla ng Boracay dahil nga hindi proper yung drainage system.
When the Boracay closure, 6 months, all the businessmen and local residents is suffering a lot.
Ngunit kita natin, napakagandang resulta ng Boracay Rehabilitation.
Manami rin tulukon sa mga tao, lalo-lalo na sa mga dayuhan o turista.
Masalamat kami tanan o di sa bilog Boracay dahil nagsadya ang karsada na kasiminto.
I saw in the Balabag beach, they have new law. So maybe after we accept the tourists, they consider the beautiful Balabag beach, also Puka beach, Iligan beach.
And so having well-paved roads really helps us with transporting our gear, such as our tanks and heavy equipment.
Kasi sa Bolsa Samon, naging safe kami.
Sa ngayong sitwasyon na okay na yung kalsada namin, mas mabilis ang ang biyahe.
Ang pagpangabuhi dire daw mataway na kag malinong kag manami na ang pagpangita sa mga driver.
Kaga sa driver man, naiwasan na mo ng mga aksidente sa kalsada, wala na sang nagalakat. Kasi kisubong may ara na sidewalk.
Labing salamat sa inyo, Presidente.
Salamat sa DPWH at nagawa yung kalsada namin from our local government, provincial government, at sa ating national government. Maraming salamat po.
On behalf of the foreign local community of Boracay Island, thank you so much to President Duterte and the DPWH for all the improvements here.
The Boracay Circumferential Road is a manifestation of so many purposes. Number one, the determination, the political will of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte to see to it that Boracay will remain and will be sustained as the prime world tourism destination in the Philippines. We have here a very beautiful infrastructure program of our government. A manifestation again of how our president looks after the ordinary people. He sees to it that the programs of our government, especially our Boracay Circumferential Road, will benefit the ordinary citizen, the ordinary people, and to improve their livelihood. And now we can see that the people are benefiting, reaping this beautiful and determined hard work of our President. Let us continue the Build program of our President, and we in the Department of Public Works and Highways will always be there from our maintenance personnel in collaboration with the PNP, all the different sectors of our society, with the support of our people in Boracay. Sigurado, one day we can see the progress and beautiful Philippines.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, thank you very much, DPWH. And congratulations on the successful implementation of your projects here in Boracay. Joyce, did you know that aside from road widening and road rehabilitation, one of the most important developments in the island is the improvement of the island's drainage system?
That's right, Carl. It is important that Boracay has an effective drainage system in order to solve the flood problem in the island, and that is why Boracaynons are grateful to TIEZA for the provision of effective drainage systems. With that, let us watch the video presentation of the Boracay Drainage System Project, and also with us, then is TIEZA COO Mark Lapid. So let us watch this video.
With a natural high.
Alright, so while we're waiting for the video, we'd like to invite everybody that after the program, we'll be having live band. So please stand by. We invited how many bands? 5. Watch out for that.
Enjoy sila sa Boracay. Enjoy sila sa Boracay. Paradise with a natural high. When in Boracay, you'll never say goodbye. Sasaya sa Boracay. Sumayaw, kumaway, sabay-sabay. Boracay, the happiest island in the world. Raise your hands in the air. Raise your hands in the air and say Boracay.
Alright, so right after the video of Tieza, we'll be moving on to the awarding ceremony. So we'll be giving awards to our partner agencies. Who else? Lahat po ng mga
And of
stakeholders,
course, yung ating mga wetland
adapters,
and
everyone na merong contribution dito sa rehabilitation ng ating
mga former
Boracay.
ground commanders, ang ating mga former general managers.
Yes. So is the video ready? Alright, sige. So habang inaantay natin later po for the awarding ceremonies, lahat po ng ating mga awardan, paano ba yung ating proseso? Dito sila aakyat, ano?
Yes.
Kasi yung ating mga plaques are here. So,
left part. On my left part
Yes.
ng stage.
And then dun sila
aakyat po.
exit.
And of
Right?
course, may mag-usher po sa ating mga awardees para po, as they wait, para i-receive ang kanilang plaque of appreciation. Or recognition, rather. Okay, it seems ready na po ang video. So once again, panoorin po natin ang video ng Boracay Drainage Project from the Tieza. Thank you.
Boracay Island is one of the prime tourist destinations in the Philippines. Located in the municipality of Malay, Aklan, it is known for its white sand beaches and pristine waters. Boracay used to be under the radar, but in the 1990s, it gradually became the ideal getaway for foreigners as well as the locals who wanted to escape from the hustle of the metropolis and bask in the experience the island paradise has to offer. But with these accolades came the influx of local and international tourists, creating a demand for more accommodation, other tourist facilities, and a general increase in economic activities. Overcrowding and unregulated development soon became a major concern on the sustainability of the island. This is compounded by drainage and sewage issues, illegal connections, pipes discharging untreated wastewater on the beach and drainage system, eventually contributing to the poor water quality in Boracay. Flooding and algal blooms indicating water pollution are just two of the visible negative impact of over-tourism. And in 2017, the Tourism Infrastructure and Enterprise Zone Authority, or TIEZA, invested more than 1 billion pesos for the Boracay Water Drainage Project to address the flooding problem. It aims to improve the drainage and sewage system of Boracay. This coincided with President Rodrigo Duterte's commitment to rehabilitate Boracay as he issued Proclamation 475, placing 3 barangays in Malay Aklan under a state of calamity and temporarily closed these areas as tourist destination effective April 26. The project was delayed because of the COVID-19 pandemic, right-of-way issue and mutual termination of the contractor for packages 1A, 3, 4, and 5. As of June 10, 2022, almost 95% of the project is completed. Piazza obtained the approval of its board for endorsement of said work to the DPWH. The MOA for the transfer of the project was duly entered into on December 27, 2021. Packages 1 and 2 of Phase 2 have been completed on September 21, 2020 and is due for turnover to the local government of Malay. These facilities are already operational. The island was reopened in October 2018 with new policies and guidelines to keep the water clean and the sand immaculate. After a 6-month closure, Boracay Island, Philippines has reclaimed its #1 spot on the top islands in Asia list of the Condé Nast Traveler 2019 Reader's Choice Awards. And this continued in 2021, where it was again named by Condé Nast Traveler Reader's Choice Awards for top islands to visit. With the completed packages 1 and 2 and the completion of the remaining packages, we are optimistic that flooding will be one less problem for Boracay. The project's completion will likewise contribute to a healthier, safer, and more sustainable environment for the residents and workers of Boracay Island, and lastly, to the thousands of guests waiting to come back to paradise.
All right. So earlier we mentioned that Boracay's rehabilitation was a team effort. This of course proves that but with solidarity among Filipinos, we can definitely make a difference. And speaking of solidarity, a vital part of the rehabilitation is our partner agencies, companies, and stakeholders. And of course, our ground commanders and general commanders, and general managers rather, who served at the forefront of battle for a better Boracay. And this celebration wouldn't be complete without recognizing their contributions. And so may we request on stage the presence of the DNR Acting Secretary, Sir Jim, DNR former Secretary Roy Simatu, and BIATF Secretariat Head, Yusek Jun.
And the crystal blue sea, feast all your senses, so much to do and see.
So we will now be witnessing the awarding of the plaque of recognition for our past ground commanders.
The happiest island in the world. Raise your hands in the air. Raise your hands in the air and say Boracay. The happiest island in the world. Happy day, happy day, happy day, happy day, Boracay. The happiest island in the world. Beautiful island, beautiful people.
We will now be awarding the plaque of recognition to Director Paquito T. Moreno Jr., Ground Commander of the National Task Force Boracay, in recognition of his important contribution to the success of Boracay Island rehabilitation, given the 16th day of June 2022 at Balabag Wetland Park, Boracay Island, Malay, Aklan, Philippines. Signed, Jim O. Sampulna, DNR Acting Secretary, and Attorney Ernesto D. Adobo Jr., CESO 1, DNR Undersecretary, and BIATF. May we also request the presence of Yusek Densing, of Yusek Bernardo, and Yusek Morales. May we request the presence of the officials present from the DOT. Next on my list po is the plaque of appreciation for Director Francisco Milia Jr. Next on my list is Director Livino B. Duran. Director Natividad Bernardino. Red Livino Duran. Director Nati Bernardino.
Welcome to the island the whole world talks about, where the fun and adventure never run out. All your worries, leave them behind. Here in Boracay, we'll have a great time. Be stunned by the white sand and the crystal blue sea.
Director Nati Bernardino.
All your senses, so much
GM
to do and see.
Martin Jose Despi.
Paradise with the natural high.
All right, thank you very much. And now we move on to the member agencies of the BIATF, starting off with the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Being the BIATF chair,
Raise your hands in the air. Raise your hands in the air and say Boracay.
followed by the Department of Interior and Local Government as the BIATF Vice Chair. After DILG, we have the Department of Tourism.
Beautiful island, beautiful people, warm smile and open arms, welcoming
Department of Tourism as the BIATF Vice Chair. Then we have the Provincial Government of Aklan. Municipality of Malay. Tourism Infrastructure and Enterprise Zone Authority.
Enjoy sila sa Boracay. Enjoy sila sa Boracay. Paradise with a natural high. When in Boracay, you'll never say goodbye. Sasaya sa Boracay. Sumayaw pumamay sabay-sabay Boracay. The happiest island in the world. Raise your hands in the air. Raise your hands in the air.
All right, congratulations. Up next, we have Department of Public Works and Highways. Department of Social Welfare and Development. Department of Justice. Philippine National Police. Department of Labor and Employment. We have here DSWD and Philippine National Police.
The whole world talks about where the fun and adventure never run out. All your worries, leave them
Department of Labor and Employment.
Boracay will have a great time.
Dole, Department of Trade and Industry.
Feast all your senses, so much to do and see. Like a paradise with a natural high. When in Boracay, you'll never say goodbye.
Next on the list, we have Department of Energy, Department of Information and Communications Technology, Department of Human Settlement and Urban Development, we would like to remind our awardees na ang daan po natin to claim or to receive our plaque dun po sa kabila. Department of Trade and Industry, andyan na si ma'am.
Beautiful island, beautiful people, warm smile and open arms, welcoming all. World-class sunsets, vibrant nightlife. When in Boracay, you'll never say goodbye. Saya sa Boracay, sumayaw kumaway sabay-sabay. Boracay, the happiest island in the world. Raise your hands in the air, raise your hands in the air and say Boracay, the happiest
NEDA.
island in the world.
Do we have representatives from NEDA?
Enjoy sila sa Boracay. Enjoy
Sir, DOE ka po ano? Ayan, DOE. So we don't have representatives from NEDA. NEDA. Ma'am, NEDA?
Saya sa Boracay, sumayaw kumaway sabay-sabay. Boracay, the happiest island in the world. Raise your hands in the air, raise your hands in the air and say Boracay, the happiest
We will also recognize our member agencies, Biodiversity Management Bureau, and next on my list, the Mines and Geosciences Bureau and the Environmental Management Bureau. Okay. Also, the Community Environment Natural Resources Office of Boracay, the Provincial Environment Natural Resources Office of Aklan, the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, Philippine Coast Guard, may I call on Senro Lababit, and of course Penro Marlene to receive the plaque of appreciation for Senro Boracay and Penro Aklan. Next on my list is the representative from the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, the Philippine Coast Guard, Land Transportation Office,
Stand by the white sand and the crystal blue sea. Feast all your senses, so much to do and see. Like a paradise with a natural high.
Maritime Industry Authority, okay, from the Philippine Coast Guard. Pinapaabot po namin ang aming pasasalamat sa lahat ng mga agencies po na ito. Marina, Maritime Industry Authority, the Bureau of Fire Protection, Philippine Ports Authority, National Commission on Indigenous People.
Beautiful island, beautiful people, warm smile and open arms, welcoming all.
National Housing Authority.
Sunsets, vibrant nightlife, when in Boracay.
Tinatawag po namin uli ang representative of the Mines and Geosciences Bureau. Next on my list, from the National Housing Authority. Ayan po ang representative from the Maritime Industry Authority.
Enjoy sila sa Boracay, paradise with a natural high. When in Boracay.
From the Cooperative Development Authority, as well as from the Department of Agrarian Reform. From the National Bureau of Investigation, Yusek Padilla. So Yusek Padilla will be receiving the plaque of appreciation on behalf of the National Bureau of Investigation. And also, once again, the Department of Justice. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Yusek. Next on my list is from the Department of Budget and Management, the Presidential Communications and Operations Office, the Department of Health, Department of Science and Technology, Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, Technical Education and Skills Development Authority or TESDA. May I call on the representative from the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority.
Welcome to the island. The whole world talks about.
From the Department of Human Settlements. Okay, there you go. The representative from the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority or TESDA. May I call on the representative from the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, DSUD, and the National Economic and Development Authority. Now we will move on to our wetland adopters. First on my list is the Energy Development Corporation for Wetland Number 2, now known as the Boracay Wetland Conservation Park. Next on my list is the San Miguel Corporation for Wetland Number 3. Next is the Boracay Tubi System Incorporated for Wetland Number 6. The JG Summit Petrochemical Corporation for Wetland Number 8. And finally, Aboitiz Equity Ventures Incorporated for Wetland Number 4, now known as the Balabag Wetland Park.
Warm smile and open arms, welcoming all. World-class sunsets, vibrant nightlife. When in Boracay, you'll never say goodbye. Hanip sa saya sa Boracay, sumayaw kumaway sabay-sabay Boracay.
Okay, the representatives from JG Summit Petrochemical Corporation for Wetland Number 8.
Raise your hands in the air and say Boracay, the happiest island in the world. Happy, 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 Boracay, the happiest island in the world. All over the world. Enjoy
Stand by. Our partner groups, agencies, and companies who greatly help the BIATF. First on my list is Astoria Hotels and Resorts. representative from Astoria Hotels and Resort. Now, next on my list is the Boracay Business Association for Scuba Shops, or BIBAS. Next on my list is the Malay Association Sailing Boat Owners Incorporated. Mas Boy, representative from the Malay Association of Sailing Boat Owners Incorporated. Next is Paradise Hotel. Paradise Garden Resort Hotel and Convention Center. Dive Gurus Resort Corporation.
Welcome to the island the whole world talks about.
May I call on the representative from the Dive Gurus Resort Corporation?
All your worries, leave them behind.
Next is Boracay Island Water Corporation.
By the white sand and the crystal blue sea. Feast all your senses, so much to do and see. Like a paradise with
Compliant Association of Boracay.
in Boracay, you never say goodbye. Saya sa Boracay, sumayaw kumaway sabay-sabay Boracay. The happiest island in
Boracay Foundation Incorporated.
Raise your hands in the air and say Boracay. The happiest island in the world. Happy, 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 Boracay. The happiest island in the world.
The Philippine Chamber of Commerce Incorporated, Boracay.
Beautiful island, beautiful people.
Next on my list, standby po, of course, Paradise Cable TV or the PCTV.
Sunset, vibrant nightlife. When in Boracay, you'll never say goodbye. Saya sa Boracay, sumayaw kumaway sabay-sabay Boracay. The happiest island in the world. Raise your hands in the air. Raise your hands in the air.
Southwest. Again, Paradise Cable TV. Southwest. And of course, followed by Casa Pilar Beach Resort.
Enjoy sila sa Boracay, paradise with a natural high. When in Boracay, you'll never say goodbye. Saya sa
Philippine Chamber of Commerce Incorporated, Boracay.
the happiest island in the world. Raise your hands in the air. Raise your hands in the air and say Boracay. The happiest island in the world.
Next on my list, Casa Pilar Beach Resort. Boracay Water Sports Association. Crimson. Okay, so Boracay Water Sports Association. Next on my list is Crimson Resort and Spa. The local government of Barangay Manok Manok. Also on my list is Smart Telecommunications, Akelco, and Aqua Boracay Resort.
Welcome to the island the whole world talks talks about where the
Feliz
fun
Hotel.
and adventure
Faith.
never run out. All your worries, leave them behind.
Okay, representative from Akelco.
Have a great time.
Once again, Crimson Resort and Spa, local government of Barangay Manok-Manok, Smart Telecommunications, Akelco, Aqua Boracay Resort, Feliz Hotel, Faith Village Gardens, Yapak Barangay Council, Balabag Barangay Council, Pollution Control Officer, Boracay, representatives from the Aqua Boracay Resort, PCO Boracay, or the Pollution Control Officer of Boracay.
Beautiful island, beautiful people.
Smart.
Warm smile and open arms.
Faith Village Gardens,
World-class sunsets, vibrant nightlife. When in Boracay, you'll never say goodbye. Saya sa Boracay, sumayaw, kumaway sa
Okay, so there you have it. We have just witnessed the recognition for our partners. So let's give a round of applause to the BIATF's member partner agencies and stakeholders, as well as to our wetland adopters. Thank you very much po, Yusek June, Sec Jim, Sec Simatu. On behalf of the Filipinos who love Boracay and love to see it thrive, maraming salamat po sa pakikipagtulungan sa ating gobyerno para maibalik ang dating ganda ng Boracay. And now, last na po ito. To hear the stories of our partners and stakeholders, let us listen to what they have to say about Boracay's rehabilitation. Let's watch this video.
Medyo malaki po yung pagbabagong na encounter namin dito. Nawala kami ng business for 6 months. Pero in the long run, nakita namin yung program ng DNR, ng government, na ayusin itong isla. Dati-dati kasi itong islan to, yung mga daan dito, hindi ka makadaan. Sobrang traffic ang kikipot. Beachfront namin, ang daming mga gamit doon, mga upuan, so ang gulo, para kang nasa palengke. So ngayon, napakaganda na nangyayari ngayon. Sa mga nangyayari naman, in terms of infrastructure and sa mga daan, ang laki ng improvement. Kahit yung mga bisita namin dati, na dati nang pumunta dito, nagugulat sila pag napunta sila dito, itong bagong itsura ng Boracay. Ang linis daw, ang luwang, sabi nila, sana after the turnover or sana magkaroon ng national government to continue the program para ma-sustain yung ating napag-umpisahan 4 years ago. So sayang naman kung mawawala lang, sana continue pa.
Yung positive po nalinis po natin yung isla. Naitala natin sa mga residente na alagaan natin yung isla kasi dati, di ba, out of control na po, medyo nababoy na po, medyo nagiging madumi na po yung isla. Ngayon, yung mga residente nagpapasalamat at nalinis na ulit yung isla at kung napansin ho natin sa paligid natin, yung beach bumalik na po sa katulad ng mga 90s pa. Meron na po tayong mga matinong sewage system na na-enforce na po yung illegal tapping. Dati kasi kung paano na lang magtatayo ng construction, kanya-kanyang diskarte. Kaya po ganun po, lumabas ng babaha, madumi na yung lumalabas sa sewage. So ngayon, naiayos po yun. So yun po yung magandang mga nangyari na nagpapasalamat kami sa programa. So as an artist naman po, ngayon po nagkakaroon sila ng chance nagkakaroon ng outlet po. Kasi binibigyan po sila ng project nitong ng BIARMG. Sa mga musicians naman po, nabigyan sila ng pagkakataon mag-perform ulit na yung Love Boracay, nagkaroon po tayo ng venue. Mag-perform yung mga artists at the same time yung mga residents po nagkaroon ng time para makapag-enjoy naman ulit. So, nagpapasalamat po kami mga residente ng Boracay sa initiative nyo po na kung di po sa inyo hindi po magiging maayos at malinis ulit yung Boracay. Nakita po namin yung mga magandang punto po ng inyong programa. Although mahirap sa umpisa, kailangan na bitter pill to swallow kasi maraming sakripisyo at na dinaanan yung mga taga Boracay. Na sana naman po mag-benefit din po yung mga nag-sacrifice dati.
Yung reaction talaga is sad, no? Because Boracay will be rehabilitated and then Boracay will be closed. So it means loss of income yon. So anong nangyari? Kasi loss of income na maraming affected na tao, no? Especially mga workers natin, kalupaan natin, may mga properties na affected, no? However, nung huli, nakita naman natin yung resulta ng rehabilitation. One thing na pinaka-mental loss, saan man tumapunta ang rehabilitation, kung kanino man i-endorse ang Boracay, especially sa rehabilitation, sana ipagpatuloy nila ang proyekto na nagawa, na nasimula na ng task force, no? Napakasaya ng ginawang events, no, ng task force, yung katulad yung Love Boracay natin, Love Boracay 1.0 and Love Boracay 2.0. Ang pinakaganda dito is packet event siya, hindi lamang pinopromote yung beachfront lang, kundi ang ginawa dito, pumunta doon sa ibang lugar pa na hindi na-discover, na people should go there and enjoy, na meron pa palang lugar na pwedeng ma-enjoy maliban doon sa beachfront.
Ako po ay isa sa beneficiary na CLOA na ibinigay po ng DAR at ng DNR, at ako po ay nagpapasalamat po dahil po malaking tulong po para sa akin na mabigyan kami ng lupa. Ngayon po ay tinataniman namin ang lupa ng mga gulay at makabinta na rin po kami at makakatulong po sa amin na binabayad po namin sa aming tubig at binibili po namin ng pagkain. Ako po ay nagpapasalamat sa lupang ibinigay sa amin ng ating Presidente Duterte. Maraming salamat po at malaking tulong po talaga sa amin.
Dati po kami dyan sa Wetland po at bigyan po kami ng farm lot at the same time po doon po kami nakatira ngayon. Base po sa meeting namin sa DAR, sakahan po muna namin yung lupa na binigay nila. Bali, kulang-kulang po 2 hektar. Bali, 31 beneficiary, 31 family po kami. Sakahan muna namin ng 10 taon po bago po kami maging malaya kung anong gusto namin gawin sa lupa. Sa ngayon man, binigyan po kami ng project ng National Office ng DAR na greenhouse po. Yun po yung tinataniman namin. Malaki po yung tinulong sa amin kasi po, yung lugar po kasi dati na pong may mga tanim na saging po at nyog. May mga prutas po, yun po. Namin, binibinta kung pangdagdag pambili, pambudget. Tuwang-tuwa po ako sa ginawa po ni Pangulong Duterte dito sa pag-rehab ng Boracay, malinis. Sampu na aking makasamahan po, natuwa rin po kami sa resulta.
Ang impression sa rehabilitation ng Boracay, kasama na rin po ng aking mga kababayan sa Boracay, ay napakalaking impact na kagandahan na idulot yung rehabilitasyon sa Boracay. Kasi naisaayos yung mga issue pang environment. Nasiayos ang Boracay dahil napag-alaman natin na kapag hindi naayos ang Boracay nung panahon na yun by 2018 ay meron na lang ilang taong nalalabi na hindi na pwedeng mapaliguan yung dagat ng Boracay dahil sa degradation ng environment. At mabuti naman at nangyari yung ganun at kami po ay natutuwa sa naging aksyon ng Presidente. unang nabalitaan namin na sasarado ang Boracay for rehabilitation sa dahilan na kami po ay blanco. Wala po kaming alam kung ano yung mga susunod na mga pangyayari. Medyo uncertain po kami sa panahon na yon kasi hindi kami naipaliwanagan, hindi kami nakonsulta. Pero pagkatapos na na-realize namin na wala na pong ibang paraan para gawin pa yon yung rehabilitation ng Boracay kundi sa ganung pamamaraan. Kaya na-appreciate po namin yung ganon. Mga tradisyon at mga practices ng mga tao ay tuloy-tuloy pa rin para ito po yung character at identity ng Boracay. Naming of places sa Boracay kasi meron po yung mga original na mga pangalan. At yun po yung ina-advocate natin na manatili sana yung mga ganon. Halimbawa, yung Boracay ay we are advocating na sana Boracay talaga, hindi Bora. Gusto po natin yung cultural heritage manatili at may promote sa tama na hindi po yung gawa-gawa for marketing purposes. Pero that's how we are, Boracay nun. Parang tinatanggalan po kasi kami ng sense of ownership. Kasi mga kaninunuan namin nag-steward ng Boracay dati. Pagkatapos sila nagpangalan, tapos ngayon may mga bagong dumating, i-change na lang nila yung mga pangalan, parang ganyan. Sa Boracay Interagency Task Force na pinamumunuan ng DNR, gusto ko po kayong pasalamatan at i-congratulate sa isang successful na gawain na nagawa ninyo, na na-deliver ninyo sa Boracay. Kami po na mga Boracay na ay taos-pusong nagpapasalamat sa inyo. Kasama na doon ang pasasalamat sa administrasyon sa napaka-striktong desisyon na isaradong Boracay para sa ikabubuti ng isla. At hindi po kayo nag-fail doon. At sana po ay sa susunod, meron pang ganito na katuwang yung local government ng Malay na magtutulong sa amin na mag-manage ng isla para sa ikabubuti, para sa sustainability ng Boracay at para sa human dignity ng mga taga-Boracay.
In general, napakalaking tulong po nito, especially with the cleanliness ng surroundings, water, and then sa beachfront. Kitang-kita naman, lumaki yung kalsada natin ngayon. Dati, konting ulan, putik na kagad. Ngayon, kahit umulan ng medyo malakas, talagang nakakadaan po. Napakalaking tulong sa mga turista. Siyempre, businessman din tayo. Nakakalungkot nun dahil yung mga tao natin, dahil walang turista, medyo talagang nagsiuwian na. Merong umiyak, merong talagang sobrang lungkot, talagang meron pa ako mga empleyado na hindi pa nakabalik as of this time. But yun nga, looking forward kami dun sa muling pagbubukas dahil mas maganda at mas malinis na Boracay. Nakatulong at nakakatulong po ng malaki. Paano po? Dahil mas lalong dumami at na pumunta sa Boracay, na ma-manage na natin yung sinasabing carrying capacity. Yung services namin medyo talagang angkop na sa dami ng taong pumapasok sa isla. Hindi na katulad dati na number one, dating mo sa gabi, basura, nakakalat. Siyempre, para sa turista, pag nakita mo basura, hindi magandang tanawin yun. Ngayon, well-managed na ang isla ng Boracay. Sa task force, number one, maraming salamat sa lahat ng nangyari ng development ng Boracay. Lalo pang gumanda in terms of cleanliness, in terms of sanitation, lahat. Yung 6 na buwan na pagkakasara ng Boracay, mabilis lang naming naibangon ulit yung isla. Itong pandemic, in spite of the fact na medyo yung umpisa hindi maganda, but still, nakasurvive kami. And right now, ito na yung fruits of our labor. So, sa task force, sa lahat, maraming salamat po. At sana, sama-sama pa rin tayo in the years to come.
Nung dumating ako sa Boracay, halos ilan lang yung turista. Karamihan mga Europeans. And walang kuryente pa sa island. Para ako minom ng beer noon, parang luxury na kung malamig siya. Yung fruit shake, yelo talaga ang importante noon. And at I remember dun sa mga bungalow or nipahat na iniistayan ko, lampara lang kami. Ang ganda noon. At lalo ngayon, parang compared ko ngayon, parang gumanda na rin siya, nakuha rin niya rin yung beauty before, nung na-rehabilitate na kami. Yung unang impression namin nung re-rehabilitate kami, yung kaba, takot. But during the rehabilitation itself, nung nag-umpisa na siya, Nakilala namin yung si Secretary Simatu, si Secretary Anyo, tsaka si Secretary Berna. Nandito sila para tumulong talaga. Sa umpisa, parang hindi namin alam kung makakabalik pa ba yung kami sa isla, makakapagnegosyo pa ba kami. But after yung na-open yung October, sobrang saya namin kasi kung ano man yung nawala sa amin nung 6 months na naka-close kami, in a few months, nabawi din namin sa dami ng turistang sabik na pumunta ng Boracay. Dahil dun sa rehabilitasyon, isa sa mga ginawa ng task force ng BIATF is i-organize yung sistema sa Boracay. So meaning lahat ng compliance namin, bago kami makapagbukas, siniguradong kumpleto kami. At dinagdagan pa nila ng compliances. Kaya nung nagbukas kami, halos lahat ng nabuksan, nabigyan ng permit, nanatili kaming naging sustainable compared nung dati na hindi lahat ng compliances nagagawa namin. So, masabi ko na ngayon, mas maganda dahil everyone that is operating is compliant siya. Sabi nga namin noon, nung hindi pa nare-rehabilitate, baka less than 10 years, baka hindi na kayanin ng Boracay masustain yung environment. Nung na-rehabilitate kami, tingin namin another 20-25 years. Kaya mensahe ko is, number one, gusto ko magpasalamat sa ating presidente sa naging vision niya, i-rehabilitate kami sa ating mga secretaries, kay Secretary Anyo, Secretary Simatu, Sec Berna, and sa lahat ng personnel ng BIATF, national agencies, and our local officials na tumulong sa lahat at even ang mga stakeholders. Humingi kami ng you cannot repay yung ginawa at nangyari sa Boracay that prepared us for the future na maging sustainable kami. Ngayon, ako naman, ang message ko lang talaga is kung ano man yung iniwan sa amin, papangalagaan namin. And we will watch as a stakeholder and be vigilant din kami sa aming mga LGU.
Ladies and gentlemen, the BIATF culminating activity is proof that convergence and solidarity among Filipinos can definitely make an impact for the country's island gems and natural treasures. And of course, we are grateful for the BIATF and to all our partners, agencies, for making this all happen. Thank you to our guests and to all our participants for your participation. Thank you for all those who stayed in the program. And of course, we would like to echo what has been said. Our hope is for Boracay's future to be as bright as its powdery sand and turquoise waters. Diba, Carl?
Yes, exactly, Joyce. We believe that with our collective action to protect and conserve Boracay, we can definitely ensure that it will remain in its pristine state. With that, we conclude this part of the program before we proceed to dinner. Habang yung iba nagdi-dinner na. And music night.
Excited ako dyan. Music night celebration.
Correct. Again, thank you very much for supporting this activity, lalo na dun sa mga hindi nang iwan. Palakpakan dyan!
Thank you!
Maraming salamat sa inyong pananatili. Kayo ang tunay na bayani! Woo! Loka lang. This has been Card Bartolata of the DNR Central Office.
And I am Joyce of the DNR Biodiversity Management Bureau.
At muli po isang makalikasang gabi
sa inyong lahat!
Rak-raka na!
Come on!
Sa Boracay, tara